in 2015 to go and treat Ebola victims in that country then are back. They are here in the country. They are undergoing training. I'll meet them tomorrow. We have over 800. We are continuing to train.
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua says he's ready to accept the High Court's decision on his impeachment case. Speaking at a church service in Karen, Nairobi on Sunday, Gachagua said he will respect whatever verdict the court delivers today. A 3-judge bench is expected to rule on whether his October 2024 impeachment by Parliament was constitutional. Gachagua was removed from office over charges including alleged corruption and incitement of ethnic divisions.
And we are ready for whatever outcome. If the 3 judges rule that we were treated unfairly and against the law and the Constitution and lift the impeachment and let us be, we shall be grateful to God, and we shall be very grateful that there is a justice system in Kenya that works.
Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka is calling for a nationwide safety audit of all boarding schools and the introduction of a mental health program for learners. Speaking on Sunday, Kalonzo said the government should address the root causes of students' unrest by improving school safety and providing psychosocial support to students. His comments come amid a rising wave of unrest in schools across the country.
These incidents are not only about physical infrastructure, they are also about emotional well-being. Students are raising concerns about living conditions, about food quality, about mental health pressures. I repeat, mental health pressures, inadequate resolution, conflict or grievance resolution mechanisms, an environment where they often feel unheard.
At least 360 people kidnapped by Boko Haram jihadists from a mainly Muslim community in Nigeria's northeastern Borno state in March have been freed from a remote mountain hideout. The circumstances of how they were freed are disputed. The army said it had launched an unprecedented intelligence-led operation that had been weeks in the planning and taken the Islamist militants by surprise. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome indeed to this amazing day and of course this amazing station that is Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock and it's time for the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa and it is 89.5 in Garissa. Kama kawaida kama K, tuko naye jamaa anaitwa City Muga. City, a very good morning to you. How was your weekend?
Good.
It was good?
Well, it was good.
Ulikuwa umetulia mtaani ama you did some gallivanting here and there?
I tried to gallivant on Saturday.
Yeah.
But it was brief.
Okay.
Yes, baada hapo. Mimi nikapumzika nikatulia.
Yes. Okay. Your microphone unapigana nayo?
Sipigani nayo. Trying to figure out the best way.
Or best position.
Yeah.
All right.
Because ile position ambayo nilikuwa iko.
Kidogo ile tishangwe.
No, this thing hata vigelegele hamna wana. But I will soon figure it out.
Okay, as you figure that out.
I will soon figure it out.
No, you continue figuring it out. Meanwhile, let me see who's currently tuned into our YouTube channel. Now you can find us at Radio Generation Kenya across across some of our social medias like Facebook and YouTube, and then on Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram. It is at Radio Gen KE. So why don't you find us there and interact? We also have a WhatsApp number which I shall be giving you shortly, uweze kutuambia where you're tuned in from, Ausio. So meanwhile, let me see who's currently on. Luis Rudasingwa, person numero uno. But there's always that one person who comes through every single morning, even before we get on air, and that is MC Tonje. MC Tonje is saying good morning. MC Tonje in from Muhoroni. All right, Muhoroni it is. Karibuni tena sana. Today we're going to be having some great conversations, so why don't you stay tuned for that. We do have Professor PLO Lumumba coming in rather later on today, and also we have Wambugu Ngunjiri. He is a former Nyeri Town MP, and you guys absolutely loved his conversation last week when he was talking about his struggles within the Jubilee Party and what he thinks about the future of the party and the current present situation with the party, where he thinks things are going wrong and so on and so forth. So today he's going to be coming back to tell us his perception of the future as far as that party is concerned. So do stand by for that. Meanwhile, today being the 8th day of June 2025, what is important about this particular day in history specifically, or is there something the United Nations is celebrating today? Let me tell you, it is today is what, 8th, right? So 8th is World Oceans Day as far as the UN is concerned. World Oceans Day. Our oceans are very important, and if you speak to people who are, do I call them environmentalists or marine biologists, and many, anything that
they are oceanographers.
Oceanographers.
Yes.
Is it oceanographics or graphers?
I'm not certain.
The point is they're oceano something.
Yes. Something.
They'll tell you that the oceans are actually very important in controlling our carbon levels. Do you know the oceans actually absorb a lot of carbon from the air, carbon dioxide and many other forms of carbon, and once they absorb that, they actually help clean the air as it is.
They do.
Yes. So if we do not take care of our oceans, then we also do not take care of our carbon levels, and then we get something known as the greenhouse effect, where actually it's called the runaway greenhouse effect, whereby our temperatures keep on rising with every passing day, and one time we shall be as hot as Venus. By the city, do you know Venus at one particular time, the planet Venus, yes, at one time it was, they're saying that it could have had oceans just like Earth has right now.
Then what happened?
The runaway green effect. There was a lot of accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The carbon dioxide, the methane gases that led to the planet Venus becoming hotter and hotter and hotter, and eventually all the water evaporated, and now it is as hot can be. Like, it literally can melt steel. The surface of that particular planet can melt steel. Now nasema, if we do not take care of our earth right now through taking care of our oceans, taking care of our forests, we might get to a point whereby, not in the near future for sure, but in the near future, some of the effects can be some very high temperatures.
The earthlings who have demonstrated conclusively, generation after generation,
yes,
that they are extremely good at plundering the earth resources, are our friends in the so-called West.
The Western countries.
Yes. These problems, we talk about greenhouse, not so greenhouse, and so forth.
Yeah.
It's them. In the name of progress and in the name of industrialization, it is after the effect, after the fact, is when now they become cautionary.
Yes.
And then they load it on us to do God knows what. You keep what, plant what, God knows what. And yet, the damage, and the thing is, they don't sort of like apply any brakes to that process. No, they do not.
They don't.
No, they do not.
They keep on doing this manufacturing thing at the expense of the rest of the world.
Yes, they do. And you see, the cautionary processes that they speak of, it's like for other people and not them. So, again, when we talk about all these, whether it is green or purple house effect and what have you, the truth of the matter is that on this continent,
yes,
we haven't forgotten how to coexist with our environment.
Actually, we haven't.
Not quite. We coexist quite well.
We live with even the wild animals. We live with...
We do. The people who brought in what you call wild game hunting and the decimation of wildlife, it is these relatives of ours from the West, again.
Yes. That come and decimate it.
Yes, us we killed for food. Or we killed when something was a pest. But beyond that, we let the wildlife proliferate, and we continued doing our thing. Yes. We didn't have big game hunting. It's them who have big game hunting.
Yeah.
Yes. When you look at a civilization that over time has, among other things, created beautiful things that make life easy.
Yes.
But at the same time, they've created some of the most destructive things on the planet. See that dichotomy of the human mind,
Yes.
Where a portion of it is creative and does wonderful things, but the other one is almost pure evil. How does somebody come up with a bomb?
Because they wanted to kill their neighbor.
Yes. They left bows and arrows, went to spears, went to swords, then figured something called a gun. Then they moved on. Yani, at every phase, they find new and better ways of killing people. Now tell me.
With every new invention, more and more, the power is targeting more and more people than the last one.
Yes, exactly. So, and in that process, they also silently kill very many, or they set in motion processes that will guarantee very many people die.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, we'll definitely see how this pans out, because the UN has actually said that the Earth has increased its temperatures by 1.5 degrees Celsius.
That's a lot.
And that's really bad.
No, that is a lot.
That is a lot, and it's really bad.
The ice caps are melting.
Oh, yes.
Which means the oceans keep rising, which also means we will see some fantastic things, not only in the future.
In our lifetime.
As we keep moving along.
Yani city, in our lifetime, we're going to see a lot of animals disappearing.
Yes.
We're going to see a lot more wildfires.
Yes, we are.
In places where they were never witnessed before. We're definitely, like I said, there are some species that are disappearing because of the changing environment. For example, when temperatures rise in certain areas, such as the Arctic areas, there are some species that were just existing naturally that will just disappear.
They will, because their natural habitat
is also disappearing.
Yes, exactly.
Na kama huna mahali pa kuishi unakufa. Kama huna mahali pa kuishi na kukula, the obvious thing is death.
Yes, that ecosystem will have been destroyed.
Yeah.
And once it is destroyed, yes, they will die. You see, that imbalance, we talk about the balance of nature. That imbalance of nature comes with very dire consequences.
Yes.
Yes.
And something that might seem and sound far-fetched, let me just tell you this so that maybe this will give you some sleepless nights. The more we melt those ice caps, you know, there are some viruses and bacteria and fungi that had been locked in there for
millennia.
Yes. They've been there for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Viruses that we do not have vaccines for. Bacteria that our bodies don't even understand.
We don't know yet.
We don't know them yet.
We don't know them.
Yes.
But they exist.
But they are there. So we're talking about these microbes that we have never had attacks of, and we do not have immunity for.
And we're unleashing them.
And now, as those ice caps melt, they are released into the oceans, they are released into the environment. Utajipata hii kitu tunaogopa hapa inaitwa Ebola might be the least of our problems if those ice caps completely melt.
Bro, if those ice caps melt, we have a problem.
A big one.
You know, there is more water than there is land.
Yes. Yes.
So hiyo maji ikiongezeka tutakuwa na shida.
There are some countries like there's a country called Tuvalu which is currently disappearing.
Yes.
And they are
wale zile ambao ziko Pacific kule.
Yes. They are transferring their citizens to Australia. They have a pact now with Australia to absorb these citizens so that they can live and work in Australia. Citizens, like that island country,
it's actually disappearing.
Is completely disappearing. That's how bad global warming is. Maldives, hii country moja tu inaitwa Maldives.
Hii watu wanaendaga.
Do you know it is 1 meter above sea level? 1 meter.
Well,
so if those oceans rise by 1 meter, let's forget about a country called the Maldives.
Well, since we have embarked on this journey of telling each other terrible things,
yes.
Why don't I just give you a little heads up on Jakarta?
Why don't you?
Yes, you see, one of the things that citizens of that particular city have done over time, they have dug mini boreholes.
Yes.
That city is sinking.
Oh, because of the boreholes.
Yes, niko karibu na bahari. Yeah, it is sinking.
Where?
Yeah, it is sinking.
There's a time, I think, either on this show or on another one, we were talking, I think it was on this one, we were talking about boreholes. Even here, in the way we are digging boreholes everywhere.
Yes.
Like after every few meters, there's a borehole.
It comes with consequences.
Yeah.
It comes with consequences. It's sinking.
We are destabilizing the
the
land masses that we are on.
You are. So this in the name of this thing we call progress.
Yeah.
The damage we do is profound.
Sawa.
Yes.
Sawa. Methali zetu za this week zinatoka wapi?
Nilikuwa naona kwa maoni yangu kuna nchi inaitwa Mauritius.
Najua mahali Mauritius iko.
Iko?
Iko pale kwa ocean. Pale kwa Indian Ocean pale.
Indian Ocean. All right. The largest city and its capital is called Port Louis. I'm not sure it's Port Louis or Port Louis, but
you're saying the pronunciation.
It's Port Louis.
Okay,
wale ambao wanajua vizuri ni sawa.
Okay.
Its lingua franca is Mauritian Creole.
And I'm assuming their next one is Francais.
Yes.
One of their languages.
Yes, it is. And English also they speak. But they also speak a language called Bajpuri.
Bajpuri.
Bajpuri. I'm going to explain to you. Yes, I know it sounds Indian.
Yes.
Because it is.
I know a lot of Mauritian.
67% of that population is Indian. Just to ukai hapo ukijua weka kwa kichwa.
What is the demonym? They're called what? They're called Mauritians, right?
Mauritians, yes.
Okay. Yes, I know a large population is actually Indian.
Yes, they're Indian.
Same with Maldives by the now that we are mentioning it.
Yes, then that's 67% of the population. Creole are 28%.
Okay.
Chinese 3%. French 2%.
Wait, what? So it's the Mauritians.
No. The Indian.
Oh, sorry, the Indian population.
You talk about ethnicity.
Yeah,
okay?
Yes. So Indians
67%. Creole 28%. Chinese 3%. French 2%.
Kina Jet Li wako kila mahali
wako mahali baba. Wang Yu.
Wasikusikie.
Sinijina bwana. So religion, 48% of the citizens practice Hinduism.
Okay.
Christianity is 32%. Islam is 17%. Na wale wengine ambao wako hapa na pale.
Yes.
They are around 1.4%.
Okay.
The names of the president I will talk of tomorrow once I've practiced how to pronounce them.
Okay.
Because they're like a name is like a compound word. Unakuta jina iko na letters kama 12. So you figure this one.
Ni kama zile za Madagascar.
Yes, ndio aba.
Okay. Sawa.
You've understood it. Right. There's a proverb here.
Yes.
Which really jazzed me. You do not give a hyena meat to watch over.
Yes, how dare you?
Sasa hiyo.
How dare you give a hyena your meat to guard over that particular meat?
Chunga nyama.
Like naenda hivi narudi.
Okay, usikule.
Bwana, it will eat. It's just like giving toddlers, okay, not toddlers really, but children cake to watch over. It's a lie.
They will watch it.
When it's in their mouth.
Yes, and in their stomach. And they'll continue watching it for you.
You know, there's a time, now that you mentioned it, there's a time when my daughter was celebrating her her second birthday, sorry.
Yes.
Hiyo keki tulikuwa tumewekelea hivi kwa meza. No sooner than it touched the table.
Basi.
The hands were inside and we were like,
Toi.
You can't even wait.
No. How old was she?
2.
Abbas, what did...
We were celebrating her second birthday.
She was approaching it correctly.
Yani hiyo keki aliona hivi, alikuwa anaifuata hivi na macho, by the time ilikuwa inaekelewa kwa meza, mikono zilifuata.
Si keki ilikuwa ni yake.
It is what it is. But yeah, you do not give a hyena meat to watch over. It's a lie.
No, you do not. You do not.
Yeah.
Pussycat, iangalie tu vizuri. Sikia, usiguse ngo.
Utashangaa. Napenda hiyo methali yetu ya leo. I can't wait to hear what Professor Lumumba will say about it. Like I told you, Senior Counsel Professor Lumumba will be here, and the conversation is around global politics. Sana sana kule kwa down south, si mnajua mambo ya xenophobia. Hiyo lazima tutaguzia. But as we wait for the professor, let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines. So in case you are joining us for the very first time, you can log on to www.radiogeneration.co.ke and start your day the right way. I'll see you. What is making headlines? Shuja's Division 2 status confirmed after Bordeaux's sevens drama. What happened in Bordeaux? Acha tuone walisindo ni nani. Now, the Kenya National Men's Rugby Sevens team Shujaa will compete in the HSBC Sevens Division 2 for their 2026-2027 season after finishing 11th at the Bordeaux Sevens in France. Their survival was confirmed following a 26-7 victory over Uruguay and the USA's 17-14 win over Fiji in the 5th place playoffs on Sunday at Stade Atlantique in Bordeaux. Stade Atlantique in Bordeaux. Kevin Omboa's charges endured a disappointing campaign in Bordeaux, coming just days after an 8th place finish in Valladolid. Kenya began their Bordeaux campaign in Pool A alongside Fiji, South Africa, and Great Britain. Rugby ya Kenya inakuanga juu.
It is, but this is where we need to ask not just the hard questions. Mm-hmm. We have the talent.
Yes.
When you watch them play, they are good.
Yes.
What do they lack?
I would say support.
Yeah, because man for man, when you watch them playing, they're as good as any team on the planet, if not better.
Like, you cannot mention rugby in the world without mentioning Kenya.
No, you cannot.
Yeah.
No, you cannot.
You cannot discuss legends without mentioning Kenyan legends who played the game.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't. So, what is it? You see, my loose theory has always been this.
Yes.
For the longest time, our problem has been our officials in our sports are more important than the players.
Yeah. I just want to understand. For example, the way we have Ministry of Agriculture, we like, there are some things we know they're doing, projects. We can talk about, just the other day with PS Kilemi, we were talking about coffee. We were talking about tea. We spoke even about flowers. So we understand that our agriculture is a thriving industry.
Paul.
Yeah.
The likes of PS Kilemi are rare. Somebody who knows his subject matter intimately.
Yeah.
And can very comfortably and very confidently explain to you things you didn't even know existed. Bit by bit by bit by bit by bit. Now, your argument, I believe, is why don't we have a PS in sports who can do the same?
And forget even the PS who is in sports, but why don't even Kenyans? The only thing we know about Kenya by day, as far as sports is concerned, and I could be wrong on this, of course, is our marathoners. Akina Kipchoge.
No, sports. Middle distance running. But, I thought about that. Part of the reason why the success rate is high, it's not really a team sport.
Even individual, they hire their coaches from abroad.
Yes. Or the coaches latch themselves onto them.
Yeah.
But the moment we get into where there are 10 players, 11 players, shida.
Mambo inafanyika.
Yes, and yet the talent is clear. You can see it.
The same way we talk about agriculture, we talk about our coffee exports and our tea exports and our flour exports and our meat exports to, the Middle East. Mbona tusiongelele our football venye ni kali sana, Harambee Stars venye wako na support yao yote. Mbona tuongelele volleyball. Sometimes some of these teams actually get to hear them when I watch news, and you hear of our team having won something somewhere, and you're like, we have such a team here in this country.
Paul, like the women's volleyball team. That team of ladies have been continental champions over, not at once or twice.
Severally.
Yes, and they've even gone on to the global competitions. But they are not feted. You don't hear of the achievements. We have a women's rugby team who play very, very.
By the way, we have a women's rugby team.
Yes, and they're good. Do you hear of them? No, you don't hear of what they've done. You don't hear.
The ministry hasn't done enough for us to get to hear of them.
I gave up on those things a long time ago. What we will do, Paul, we will talk to our sports people and we ourselves.
Yeah.
We will simply raise that profile.
Actually,
every day when we talk about the papers, we will make sure that these sports that we speak of are mentioned.
True.
So that people get to hear what our men and women who are these sports do. Yes. Because the athletics, everybody knows.
The only time we get to hear of football or the other games is when OSG they don't have tickets to go abroad.
Or they are on strike because they were not given the allowance.
Or they are stuck in that country because they do not have accommodation, they do not have the right kits, they do not have enough fare to get back home, and they're wondering, wait.
Do you know the scandal with the Rio Olympics?
Yes.
Bwana.
Hawana hata viatu.
Wacha hivyo. Then you find there was a PS there. Was he jailed? I'm rather hoping he was. It was found in his house, in his office.
Oh, he had the equipment.
The kit. Yes.
Yeah.
So you're thinking, what sort of person is this?
Hizi ni nguo na viatu za wachezaji.
Yes.
Na ziko kwa nyumba yako.
Yes. Na kule kuna shida za hizo vitu.
These guys train day and night, sweat, blood.
Bwana, they are winning for their country. Yeah?
I want to understand which demon possessed that ministry. To be honest, I want to understand.
Nipesa, remember, every sport you know of is supported internationally by the international organization that oversees that sport on the planet. FIFA, Yatawaga.
Pesa.
Have you seen the vicious competition there is for to head the football union in this country?
Yeah.
Okay.
The scandals currently, there's an ongoing drama.
Yes. Every sport that you think of,
yeah,
there is money that is given to the federation that runs in the country. Okay. And the fight is not to enhance the sport, but to who will be in that position of authority, so that they can siphon some of that money. The immediate former the Football Federation boss of Kenya, is he not struggling in court because of issues of money?
Yes, he is. He is.
He's not the first one. Others have struggled. The ones who manage the sport well, there are people who manage the sport well. In their time, you actually see the sport rising. And then we have a sports fund. It has a lot of money.
Yeah.
Your sports fund. But do we know where the money goes?
Nope.
So, again, the sportsmen and women make us known. The bodies that give money are not afraid to give us because they say these fellows know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Then the officials become more important than the athletes.
Imagine that.
Yes.
How is that even possible?
Only in Kenya.
Aye. It is what it is. One last story before we get into the traffic. Ruto pledges 10 million to Gor Mahia after their win this particular season. Good for them. Gor Mahia Banekto wameshinda 22 times. Siwachi watu wengine. Kenya bags top award at Huawei ICT competition in China. Tunakuanga hivyo. Huku Kenya tunakuanga wanoma sana. Ruto departs for Europe tour to boost investment and trade. You know, they were saying, this is now magazeti. Walikuwa wanasema bana, the president has traveled so many times in his very limited time that he has been in power. I think he has done more than what President Uhuru did in his entire 10 years.
Not he has done more. Ask how many times more.
Yeah.
Not more.
Yeah. President William Ruto has departed for a multi-country European tour aimed at attracting investment, expanding export markets, and strengthening economic partnerships with Belgium, Norway, and Finland. The president's trip, which combines official visits and a state visit, is expected to focus on boosting trade opportunities for Kenyan exports, courting foreign investors, and advancing Kenya's diplomatic interests in Europe. According to a statement issued on Sunday by State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed, Ruto's engagements are intended to support efforts to attract investment, expand market access for Kenyan products, and strengthen partnerships that boost exports, create jobs, and drive economic growth. Sawa. I just hope that akishatoka hizi matrip zote, because zile zingine zote mi sijui kama zimezaa mazao ama zimetoa mazao ama zimesaidia wa Kenya. To be honest, I don't know, but I hope they have, because that's the report we never get.
The thing we're seeing is the president's style. That's how he has chosen to go about his business as president.
It's okay.
No, it's neither okay or not okay. What I'm saying is, he will be judged not just by his trips.
Yes.
At the end of the day, not even by his performance. Because performance is often measured in words in this country.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
But it will be by the numbers of citizens whose lives have become definitively better. Yes.
Okay, for example, and forgive my naivety and perhaps even ignorance, Belgium akiendo kwa alafu
tunataka kuongea na wao.
Norway.
Well, the Norwegians have been they've been very fundamental development supporters for a very, very long time. The thing you need to understand is what it is that those countries specialize in. Like, for instance, France have been very good with things like water, kama hizo. Okay? The Nordic countries have been very good in, again, developmental issues, dealing with some of the northern, eastern countries.
For example, I know a lot of Kenyans are in Norway, studying, working, living there.
Education.
But beyond that,
the development support has been in some of these arid and semi-arid areas. We're talking about the Norwegians.
Okay.
Yes. The Belgians also have projects that deal with eco-development, blah, 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 etc., etc., etc. Yes. So it's not as though they aren't projects that these countries have had with the country. They do.
Finland, najua tunanga kwa kusoma. But beyond that, I can't tell you I've ever met a Finnish, person here in this country. Citizen ati zile za, you're Finnish. Okay, welcome to Kenya. I haven't.
No, hutajua. I mean, see, they look, just like we all look alike. They also all look alike.
No,
Paul,
it's yeah.
Unless someone tells you that they are from the country of Finland, you will not know.
This is what I'm trying to say. I know of projects Germans are doing. I even know of hospitals they have constructed. And I'm asking this because I don't know. Maybe ziko ni venye tu mimi na sijatembea sana. So Germans naonanga. French yata tusiongelele. America, that's not even a question.
British.
Kwanza sasa hao, those ones are everywhere. See, they even have Batuk here in Laikipia. And they also have several other Batuks here in Nairobi. So the countries, if you mention, I'll tell you, I even know someone. I can even mention a name or two. But to be honest, I do not know a single Belgian. I do not know a single Norwegian. I do not know a Finnish. And perhaps many other countries that the president has been to before. And I'm asking this genuinely to understand. So, for example, when he goes to these three countries that we mentioned, good. What opportunities are there for someone like myself that I can explore? Can I explore trade?
Yes.
So what can I sell there? What can I buy there to come and sell here? What kind of exchange? These are things I would like to know, and I would like to know where to get that kind of information. Is it like on a ministry website? Or do I go to the Belgian websites? Or nataka tu kuelewa. But anyway, the president is there. Wacha tuone ni nini kitafanyika akishatoka huko, na kama kuna mtu anafanya biashara Belgium, Norway, Finland and all those other countries that we usually hear, like Azerbaijan. The president went to Azerbaijan the other day. Mimi siwezi kuambia hata one Azerbaijanese, if that's what they are called.
Well, you are in good company. I
also don't know. No. But do you know
country is Belgium? Yes, I do.
No. I'm asking, what trade do we do with Azerbaijan? And I know the president went there to open up the opportunities. Okay, so now I'm hoping someone can tell us. So when the president was there, these are some of the opportunities that zilifunguka for Kenyans. We can sell them flowers. We can sell them our animals. We can sell them tea. We can. So those are the kinds of things I'd want to know. And we need someone actually to come and help us understand this visit. City. If you look at the government website, that is when you have the time, and if the society is working, Time we have. The working is what we don't know.
You will find that they tend to detail what it is the itinerary is about, and the details of what it is he's hoping to do, and why he's visiting. Those details are given.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. But I also want to know what opportunities present themselves there. You see, for Saudi, we know Kenyans go there to work. They're truck drivers, they're house helps, and many other kinds of job descriptions. Myanmar, tunajua huko watu wananga kuwa slaves. You're forced to do ICT scams. India, we know you go there to study. And we now know that some of our fellow countrymen are also trafficked there for sex, which is wrong. But you see, I can pinpoint what happens in India. I can say this is what happens in Azerbaijan, Belgium.
Well, then we should be grateful that at least now he's gone to a country that we don't know much about. We have an opportunity to figure out or to find out what it is that they do.
All right. Wacha tuangalie traffic inasema namna gani. So here is a map of Nairobi County. Let me just refresh to ensure that we are getting the latest. Oh yeah, so now it's latest. Ngong Road is looking good, no traffic. If you're coming from where is this? If you're coming from those sides of Karen and you're heading towards the CBD, the Junction Mall is looking good. We have also in gani sasa Kilimani roundabout iko sawa. Kule Valley Road kuko sawa kabisa. If you're heading towards the CBD, if you approach the August 7th Memorial Park, hapo tunaitanga railways roundabout, hapo sasa ndio utapata na traffic vizuri, but it's moving nonetheless. I mean, and then it's only 6:37, so delays perhaps maximum 2 to 3 minutes. That is if you're already into the CBD. Beyond that, let's see. If you're coming from Juja Road, that is those sides of Eastleigh, not looking bad at all. Actually, that entire road is free flowing, so traffic is literally non-existent. Then we have Thika Superhighway. Now this highway sometimes it's very interesting because traffic, well, for sure you'll find traffic along around Pangani, but sometimes it starts at Utali, but on a day like today it is stretching all the way back to GSU headquarters. What's not happening? Hii traffic alone inoma, eh?
What's the day today?
Today is Monday 8th.
Okay. Are schools on half term or are they in
session? Oh, well, some have been closed, but majority are open.
Well, the day schools are not shut.
For sure.
So, put it this way.
And they're the ones who use school buses anyway.
Let me just give my opinion. I don't know.
Sawa. Kiambu Road as well. There's a little bit of traffic as you're approaching Pangani, but if you go back all the way to Ridgeways, you guys are moving quite well. Speaking of which, Northern Bypass also looking clean at this particular hour. On Thika Road, if I go, today it's bad, eh? Go back towards Kenyatta University, any traffic is crazy, and it's starting from KU, stretching all the way to Kasarani.
What has happened?
Kasarani. See, people are going to work, city. Watu wanaenda kutafuta pesa ndio waenda wakanunua mafuta ya 214 shillings. It's bad, my friend. It's bad. So Nairobi is not looking bad. Wayaki we also looking quite clean. We're looking at areas like Limuru Road, uko kote Kitusuru, uko kote kuko sawa, Kinagashie, Ruaka. You guys are moving quite well. Eastern Bypass, like I told you, a little bit of traffic if you're coming from Utawala, but pockets of red. So that means that there's traffic, but it's moving nonetheless. And then I go all the way to this place called Mombasa County. Mombasa sio mbaya sana. I mean, today being a Monday, let me see if you guys are having it easy. A little bit of traffic towards kule Kengeleni Kongowea Market, and then after that it is moving quite well on both sides of the road. We have kule Manyimbo, huko kukosawa kabisa, Makupa mkosawa, Sidiria kule mkosawa, Old Town Mombasa, hiyo ina shida yoyote. Kule Mangina Waterfront as well, things are looking quite well. But if you see something on the roads that you think I need to know about, you let me know. I will definitely amplify that one. Right now, though, let's get into the newspaper check and see what is making headlines. I'll start with the gossip side. The Nairobian, cult of Pesa, fear, faith, and fall of prophet. Holy or haunted is what they're asking. He preached miracles, commanded fear, attracted politicians, and built one of Western Kenya's most mysterious religious movements. But behind Father John Pesa's towering influence were years of controversy, bizarre claims, allegations of abuse, and a loyal flock that treated him like a demigod. Now, following his dramatic death, questions linger over the strange empire he leaves behind. This story is on pages 4 and 5. And on pages 22 and 23, the secret sex life of boarding schools. Yeah, they are calling it that way. The hidden relationships shaking schools. You know, I used to hear of this mambo ya mashule, especially boarding schools, where there was a lot of, whether it's lesbianism or homosexuality. But interestingly enough, I never saw it my entire high school time. There was a school that was actually rumored during my time. It was rumored to be to have a lot of homosexuals, for example, and it was in Nairobi. And I met a couple, because we used to interact during, sports, during clubs and during debates, drama festival, music festival. Wacha nisikudanganye, nilikuwa ninaona tutabia tulikuwa tuna point to hiyo allegation, but I could never prove any of them. So one time during drama festivals, because I was in drama, we hosted them at Nairobi school. Mimi nilikuwa naogopa kwenda kwa bafu peke yangu. I had to have a lookout. Mtu akuje asimame hapo angoje niingie kwa cubicle nioge alafu nitoke na yeye ingie atoke, because the rumors we had heard about that particular school, my man, they were crazy rumors. But kulikuwa na tutabia, ulikuwa unaangalia mtu ana behave, sinajua venye tunaonanga watu wakibehave huku nje ni mwanaume lakini ana behave kama mwanamke. Hizo tabia zilikuwa zinanistua. Hebu fanya tena.
Hapana.
Edna, eka hiyo kamera kwa city. Hebu city fanya tena. But yes, so look, I'm not judging, it's not my place to judge. But when I was young, hizo tabia zilikuwa zinanistua.
Paul, all these things that we hear of,
yes,
I would take the view that we need to investigate them.
These allegations specifically on the Nairobian, secret sex life.
Yes. Let's investigate them, because then you can lay these things to rest. Once they've been investigated and the findings out, if you now want to shoot the breeze, or you want to shoot into the air, or you want to speculate wildly, you speculate. But we will have the facts at our fingertips.
Okay.
The issue of schools, this is something that follows the trajectory of many serious issues we've had in this country.
Yeah.
We've had those issues with our religions. Okay.
True.
President Moi was the first person to actually set up what I may refer to loosely as a commission to investigate. It was devil worship, but it was religions, the proliferation of religions and so forth. This was long before Shakahola.
Yeah.
Okay. We've had situations where we have had commissions that deal with land issues. Findings were given, Ndungu Commission.
Yeah.
Then we had the Truth and Justice Commissions. Okay. There was Krigla, there was Waki. Okay.
Yes.
All these commissions have had their findings. When we had the 2008 internal conflict, commissions were set. All I'm saying is, we never follow through on the recommendations. Neither do we even seek to set a platform when people can see that the findings have been implemented.
True.
No. So we wait for another crisis to occur, then now. Like now there's a commission looking into the unrest in schools. We've had others before, not one.
10 schools so far have burnt down and we are still having commissions.
Nobody has told you when or how the suggestions that had been made earlier on were implemented.
Yes.
And what became of those. No. So we are setting up another one.
Yeah.
Without telling us the benefits of the previous ones that were there. So the question you want to ask is, of what benefit will this new commission be?
I guess we shall have to wait and see.
Me, I'm not waiting to see. I can tell you.
Yeah.
Nothing will be done. There is no serious intention of sorting out these problems. There is intention to show intention of sorting them out. There's a seriousness in demonstrating that something is being done.
Yeah.
But nothing substantive actually gets done. Lots of words, lots of words. Now, security chiefs are investigating these issues. They'll have findings. Will you have an implementation of those findings? You will wait.
To be honest, I hope we shall.
It won't happen. Sure.
Yamal, they are saying, this is from Rockefeller to the World Cup. Do you know who Lamine Yamal is? Lamine Yamal is a Spanish footballer. He plays for Barcelona. This guy can score goals. And he's playing for Spain in the World Cup. Let's see how that pans out. You will get that into the Nairobian page ngapi? Page 40. Quickly on to Taifa Leo. Wanasema Gachagua roho mkononi. Rigathi amewahimiza wafuasi wake wadumishe amani hata kama uamuzi wa koti hautawarudishia ama hautawaridhisha, akisema iwapo utakuwa kinyume na matarajio yake basi ataelekea katika mahakama ya rufaa. Hata hivyo alisifu mahakama akisema anaamini itamtendea haki. Ile utaipata katika ukurasa wa ngapi? Ukurasa wa 2. Ujerumani, Brazil na Ubelgiji watoa onyo kali, wang'aa mechi za kirafiki huku finali za kombe la dunia zikisalia siku ngapi? Siku 3 tu. Hiyo utaipata ukurasa wa 20. Wakuu wa usalama wajadili balaa shuleni. Zaidi ya shule 50 zimefungwa kutokana na tishio la wanafunzi. Hiyo isome katika ukurasa wa ngapi? Ukurasa wa 2. Kipkemboi na Kemuma wazoa vitita vya marathon. Wanyakua shilingi milioni 3.5 kila mmoja kwa kushinda Nairobi City Marathon. Wataalamu watabiri Ebola hatari zaidi, na shirika la CDC lasema mlipuko mpya wa Ebola huenda ukashinda uliotokea 2014 Afrika Magharibi. Hii ipate katika ukurasa wa 8. Nipeni urais mwaka wa 2027 nikomboe Kenya. Hii ni azimio la Kalonzo. Amesema kinara wa Wiper azindua jukwaa la kampeni zake akiahidi kumaliza utawala mbaya na ufisadi. Waweza kupata taarifa hiyo katika Taifa Leo, na hiyo ya Kalonzo niliona jana alifungua tovuti yake ya www.kalonzomusyoka.com. All right, now on the Standard newspaper, without a trace is what they're calling it. For years, Kenyan families have lived in torment, searching for loved ones who vanished without a trace. From security analyst Mwenda Mbijiwe and journalist Bogonko Bosire to businessman Dafton Muitiki and businesswoman Regina Wamoyo, the missing have left behind devastated families, unanswered questions, and haunting mysteries as courts, human rights groups, and relatives demand answers. The cases expose glaring failures in investigations and fuel concerns over enforced disappearances, criminal networks, and impunity. With dozens still unaccounted for and many files gathering dust, missing persons crisis remains one of Kenya's most painful unresolved tragedies. There you have it. Bogonko Bosire disappeared in 2013. 2013, he used to run a blog. I'm forgetting the name of that blog, but it was a very popular one. Before we had social media the way we have it right now, before we had the likes of Akina, you know them anyway. Bogonko ndiye alikuwa ngolemse, and he used to work at KBC. And he would write some very harrowing stories about prominent individuals, whether it's businessmen, celebrities, and of course, politicians. And I think there's one or two politicians he wrote about that were very unhappy with his stories. And that is how Bogonko disappeared. The last time anything was ever heard of him or from him, his telephone line was active a few months after he had disappeared. And whoever was, so the family was texting him, just asking, hey, kwani uko wapi? Are you okay? And this is after months after he had disappeared. Then that number replied and said, wacheni kumtafuta, huyu alishaenda. Very, very horrific, if I may say. Terrifying. Imagine texting your missing loved one, hoping that one time you will get in touch with him or her. Then after months of anguish, that number replies and tells you, mumsahau huyu ameenda. It's crazy, yeah?
Oh, my friend, that was not just crazy. That is crazy beyond. The When the history of this country in the 21st century is written, it will be full of very many bizarre things. But it will also speak to the one thing that has been prominent in this period of time. How the relationship that we are in the process of building with our 2010 constitution. Our understanding of it, our understanding of its implementation, our understanding of the roles of those whom we elect. But more importantly, like now in this particular dispensation we are in, understanding our roles as citizens in this entire enterprise called nation building.
Yeah.
How we participate, what our responsibilities are, because for the longest time, we felt that the responsibility was for some people.
Yes.
The rest of us, our job was to observe. And every once in a while to comment.
Yeah.
Yes.
And here we are.
Daily Nation. Court clips Duale's wings in MKU degree course. Rao. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has been blocked from scrapping Mount Kenya University's Bachelor of Science in Oral Health program, with the High Court ruling the minister lacked the legal authority to interfere with accredited university courses. Actually, they are right. Yes, that one. The council that deals with KMPDC, hiyo ndio kazi yao. They are the ones who provide oversight. Remember, wao ndio na hata curriculum wao ndio wanaangalia. Ni wao.
Alafu Commission for University Education also wako na role yao as far as accreditation is concerned, and even accrediting those curricula once the various bodies have gone through them.
Yes. Now, see, what it comes back to is the strength and the powers that these institutions have. Yes, it's a health issue, so it has a direct link to the Ministry of Education. But does that mean, therefore, that the CS superintends and has power over all these institutions? So you ask them, no, he doesn't. He doesn't.
I actually feel like he overstepped, because that is something that is within the mandate of the Ministry of Education.
It's like, for instance, you have a university problem. University education falls under the Ministry of Education. It's like the Minister for Education giving instruction to the university. You ask them, so what is the University Council doing? The university has a structure. That structure is what it uses to function. So, yes, we understand you are the body that under which all education matters fall through. But there is not just an element of semi-autonomy, but there is some element of autonomy that these institutions have. Yes. Anyway, NTSA warns court order couldn't stop instant fine. This one I must read. The National Transport and Safety Authority has clarified that the instant traffic fine system remains in force, explaining a recent court order only suspended the public-private partnership component of the program, particularly the planned expansion of the enforcement camera. Okay? So mmeambiwa mjue.
Mkaange mkijua.
Yes, don't assume. Usiassume.
Nikwambie venye watu walifanya kwa ile kamera Eastern Bypass.
No.
Nisikwambie?
No. I'm saying yes, please tell me.
Walienda wakaipaka matope.
So I shikishi zote.
Itabidi NTSA wameenda kuiosha, because it is not going to capture anything.
The one thing you pray you don't see is when lawlessness becomes the order of the day.
Zipoa. Lakini Kenyans, mtu alienda akatoa matope, because it hasn't rained in the last couple of days. But someone went, carried matope from wherever it is they come from, and went to those cameras on the Eastern Bypass. Wakaipaka matope. Na wakasema, let's move on.
And they did. D-Day for Gachagua in bid to overturn impeachment. The High Court today rules whether a parliament in 2024 impeached the then Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, which led to his removal from office and subsequently barred him from holding public office, was conducted in a lawful manner. Tungoje, tusikie. Security chiefs is bang in the middle of the paper.
Right.
Playing hardball. Education officials have vowed schools won't close early for midterm. Jamani, iki tu, it's a no-brainer. The copycatting will continue.
Yeah.
Yes, not reduce, continue. This isn't the time to play hardball.
No, it isn't.
This isn't the time to chest thump and to show.
Wangeambia tu wanafunzi wende nyumbani.
Kwisha.
Warudi a week later.
Kwisha.
Life iendelee.
Kwisha. We've had these things before. When we are told in university, what do you do? You shut it down. Yes. Let people go and cool off.
Give the people what they want.
Yes.
Then when they come back, they'll probably...
It's a completely different discussion. Yes. Anyway, there are those who are in charge and they think this is the right thing to do. Is that not so?
Yes.
All right. Now, this is what is happening. Security chiefs meet over schools closure. Who do I mean? Members of the National Security Advisory Committee, NSAC, which advises the National Security Council, top organ chaired by President, to convene on the back of rising tensions in school.
So we have a National Security Advisory Committee that advises the National Security Team that advises the President.
Yes.
So the President has got 2 layers of advisory on security.
And the President chairs this meeting.
Okay.
Since President hayuko, I take the view that the deputy is one who will chair this meeting.
Yep, that's why we have a DP.
Right. Sio sawa.
Kabisa.
Business Daily. Treasury's 10 billion funding cut blights Kenya's oil dream. I don't understand this. The National Treasury has cut 9.8 billion in funding for the development of the South Lokichar Basin, hurting the country's dream of delivering its first oil before the end of 2026. Delivering its first oil what? See, the oil was even delivered and it even went to the refinery. Talk about. These stories sometimes are a bit conflicting. Anyway, when you read further on, you explain what happens and why the government suddenly doesn't have 10 billion, which it had pledged it would have.
Okay.
Kenya military spends 190 billion on weapons as East Africa rearms. Why are we rearming? Kenya military spending touched a record high of 1.47 billion US dollars last year as the country continued its defense modernization program that heightened. I'd like to see these things. Telling us I would like to see. Before I see.
You'd like to see.
No, I don't believe that that this amount of money has been spent in the way they're saying it. I am giving you my opinion.
Okay.
Do you know what it means to spend this amount of money? Beyond vehicles that are visible, you will bring in technology and people need to be trained. Now, we never know when people go to be trained, but people in the military are trained periodically.
Yes.
If we're buying it from a particular country, they usually also offer a training component because it is their equipment anyway.
Yes.
But this amount of money makes me ask the simple question, who are we at war with?
Okay.
Or are we just arming so that we are prepared? Okay?
Yeah.
There are things the military cannot talk about. For instance, the intelligence capacity that it has enhanced, that it can't talk about. All right?
For sure.
Yes. But, for instance, there's no harm in telling us how many APCs you've bought, how many tanks you've bought, okay? How many planes you've bought, how many ships you've bought, what type of ships they are, the frigates, are they what, are they what? These are the things we need to know because 180 billion shillings is a lot of money.
Mutaendelea kuguess kwanza ikishafika kwa military?
Of course we'll keep guessing.
Umeongea na military folks here in Kenya?
Yes.
You know me, I have a lot of friends in the military and you will never get the full picture, no matter what.
They shouldn't give you the full picture because that's part of the security.
Yeah.
I am simply saying this amount of money being spent, who are we at war with?
Kwanza mimi nikienda mahali wanakuanga wananiambia nisisikie maneno kwa radio kesho, and then now they go and then you're like,
no, but the nature of that work, one understand confidentiality is key. I'm merely saying that it would be nice to know that this money is being well spent, and if we are preparing for an eventuality that hasn't been spoken of, or we are simply being safe. Okay. State plans sale of e-citizen users' data to businesses. Let me repeat this so that you hear it.
Say it again.
State plans sale of e-citizen users' data to businesses. The state will start selling non-personal data collected through platforms like e-citizen in efforts to generate extra revenue from information in demand by researchers. This is nonsense. How will we know that it is non-personal data that you're selling? No. No, this is wrong. Not this should be discussed.
This is wrong.
It is wrong.
Hata ifai kwenda zaidi hapo.
How? We are promised look, we have a data authority body. We are told that part of the is to be able to securitize our data. Now you are selling it. With whose authority?
There's a whole Data Protection Act.
Yes. My data can be sold with my authority.
Hapo kwa e-Citizen sasa unaona?
Hii ni shida. Hii ni shida.
Hakuna mali tuliauthorize hiyo data ipeane mahali.
No. It's between us and the country.
Yes.
Now you're telling us you want to sell that data. Then you're telling us non-personal. How on earth do we know it's non-personal?
How do you sell non-personal? Like what non-personal? Because
my name is personal. Everything about me is personal.
E-Citizen has your name, your ID.
Personal.
It has got your date of...
Personal.
Everything about you.
It's personal. So this non-personal data is what? Where I live. Personal.
I wonder what that non-personal data is.
Mattress firm leaks secret union in price fixing. Let me just read the headline. No, I'm through.
Yeah, you're through? Okay. Wacha tuingie kwa news. When we return, of course, we shall be hosting, like I told you, Professor Lumumba. The conversation, of course, goes a little bit continental, so don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested a suspected leader of the notorious Panga Squad gang during a targeted operation in Laini Saba, Kibra sub-county in Nairobi. According to a police report on June 7, 2026, officers encountered several suspected gang members armed with machetes and other weapons at Amref grounds in Laini Saba. The suspects fled upon spotting the officers, triggering a pursuit. While most escaped into the densely populated settlement, officers tracked the group to a hideout and arrested one suspect who was armed with a machete. The Kenya National Union of Teachers has urged students to remain disciplined and use peaceful channels to air their grievances amid rising cases of unrest in schools. Speaking in Kisumu, NAT Deputy Secretary General Hesbon Otieno said peer influence is contributing to indiscipline among learners, leading to the destruction of school property. Children's Services Principal Secretary Karen Agengo called for stronger dialogue between students and school administrations to help address concerns before they escalate.
The school calendar must proceed and go on uninterrupted so that we can have the calendar completed at the end of the year. It is very expensive to disrupt calendars. Students, we are calling you up to style up, be the students you're supposed to be. If you have anything you want to address, you have the student body in that school that has been elected so that you can have dialogue with the leadership of the school.
We have learned here how teachers are engaging positively with the students. They have channels for discipline and also channels for communication. This is one thing that I want to urge also other schools to emulate.
More than 3,100 families have been displaced by floods in Tana River County, creating a humanitarian crisis in Tarasa and Tana Delta sub-counties. The flooding has left many residents homeless and without access to food, healthcare and other essential services. Several villages have been cut off while schools and health facilities have been submerged after weeks of heavy flooding.
Kuna chakula iko na njaa. Sisi hatuna mahali pa kutegemea sahihi. Chakula kingi sana kimezama ndani ya maji.
Dispensary yetu ambayo kwamba iko hapa Odole haifanyi kazi, imekuwa maroon. Madaktari wameweza kuondoka. Kwa hupi kupatikana chakula kwa haraka inaweza kupeana nguvu na hawa watu waweze kujimudu kwa hii muda ambao kwamba wameweza kuathirika na maji.
Leaders allied to the broad-based government have urged Kenyans not to politicize the government's Ebola preparedness efforts. Speaking in Eldoret, Busia, Bungoma and Garissa, the leaders called on the public to support measures put in place to prevent and respond to any possible Ebola outbreak. Meanwhile, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula rallied support for President William Ruto ahead of the 2027 general election and hinted at his own presidential ambitions for the anti-foreigner protest. The measures include tougher penalties for employers who hire undocumented migrants, special courts to speed up deportation cases, and the creation of a national biometric register to improve identification and reduce fraud. Ramaphosa, however, warned citizens against taking the law into their own hands, saying immigration enforcement should be left to the authorities. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back. It is now 7.5 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. Shout outs to B. Yosef and Kagema Muthami. I shall be reading your comments later on because wakati kidogo umetupatia Kisogo, Lefty as well. There's JB Mutua. There's your name was here and it has disappeared. Eunice Kyoko, David Mangera, and many others. So asante tena sana for coming through. But in this particular hour, like I told you, we want to talk about the impact of South Africa's worsening xenophobia. With us is Professor PLO Lumumba, Senior Counsel. He's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and Tanganyika. Kama kawaida, Professor, it's good to have you here with us at Radio Generation.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Now, kama ilivyo desturi, City will share with you our proverb for today. And then once you give us your interpretation, we get right into our conversation.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the Republic of the Mauritius. And the proverb, it is a bit titillating. We were reading it in the morning and smiling over it. You do not give a hyena meat to watch over.
Definitely. That is its favorite food.
It will munch on it.
It will munch on it.
So don't give a hyena meat to watch over. Yeah.
Unless you talk to Daniel in the lion's den.
Or unless there's a second part of the story.
Yeah.
The first one is Daniel in the lion's den, and then the second one is Daniel in the hyena's den.
Absolutely.
Nice one, Prof.
Yeah.
Nice one. During the visit of President Macron, you said, I think it was after he had visited, but you said that Macron is here to raid Africa again.
Yes.
And you did quite a very long podcast on that. For those who never got the opportunity to watch it, what exactly did you mean in a nutshell?
You know, President Macron and France are in a state of panic. They are losing their influence in the continent of Africa. They have lost the entire Sahel. They are losing Senegal, they are losing Benin, Togo, and basically it is a neo-colonizer in the decline. So when they very quickly arrange these meetings, Africa Forward, it is not Africa Forward, it's France Forward. And people may not know that a similar meeting was held in Brazzaville by Charles de Gaulle in 1944.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
To protect France. And another meeting was held in Niamey in 1973.
Okay.
which was similar to what happened in Kenya. So in a nutshell, he's here to raid the continent of Africa. Remember, there are 4,200 counting French subsidiaries active in Africa. In Kenya, nearly 140 in all sectors of the economy.
Okay.
So they may say what they are saying, but those who are discerning will know the man is on a hunting ground, and this is a stomping ground, and our president is a willing participant.
Can the same be said about other former colonialists? Can the same be said about Germany? Can the same be said about Britain and Belgium, Italy?
All of them. There is a new scramble for Africa, and you see it everywhere you go. When you see only 2 days ago, there was a meeting called African Business Summit in London.
Okay.
They don't love us. They want what we have. When you see the Germans active through GIZ, they may be doing a few good things.
Yes.
But those few good things, you've got to look at and remember the saying, be careful of the Greeks, particularly when they bear gifts. The Belgians are doing the same in Congo. The Portuguese are doing the same in Angola. And they are new players. The Chinese are here.
Right.
The Turks are here. So there is a new scramble. There is deja vu. It could very well be Berlin in 1884, 1885. But Africans, to use this American slang, we are not smelling the coffee.
Yeah.
We are not smelling the coffee. And that is why, once again, if we are not very careful, we'll be dominated in all sectors of our economy. Simon Kapwepwe of Zambia once said, those who left as colonizers will one day come back as investors. And they have come back.
He said that.
He said that. The first president, vice president of Zambia said that. Simon Kapwepwe.
Yeah.
And he was right.
That's a prophecy, eh?
You know what is interesting about this new scramble for Africa? The old scramble, the Europeans simply sat down on the table and just divvied up the continent.
Yes.
You take this, you take this, you take this, you take this, you take this. Now there's competition. Because, as the good professor aptly put it, let's start with those closest to us. The Middle East have an interest on the continent. And it keeps growing. Okay? If you're talking about the Russians, they have an interest. In fact, one of the things the Russians are doing in the Sahel region, they're the ones who are checking the French.
Yes.
Where a French colony has issues with France and want them out, the Russians will happily support you. The Chinese, in the way they do things, have come up. The Japanese are more quiet, they're more diplomatic than the others, but they're not to be left out.
Absolutely.
Remember, they began their form of the African summit called TICAD.
Yes. TICAD, yeah.
Yes,
correct.
Okay. Now, this particular season of the scramble for the continent is competitive. The players are many. But my opinion is the pitfall is that our leaders don't seem to have this understanding that for the first time, because of the competition, we actually have an opportunity to negotiate something better for our people.
Absolutely. You know, CT, you are so right. If you look at all these meetings that have been held in Doha, with the Qataris, the Emiratis, in Istanbul with the Turkey, in Japan with the Japanese, everybody is holding meetings.
Yes.
And my own view takes off from your very own, that this is the time, because the reality is that we've got to collaborate. It's a global world.
Yes.
But we can negotiate, and I've always said the best way to negotiate is regionally.
Okay.
If the East African community were to operate as East African community, and the things specific to Kenya are negotiated in the context of East African community. The same thing with ECOWAS, the same thing with the SADC and that way. But look at, if you permit me, look at our finance bill, for example, which is up. The bill is a disaster. It is clawing back all the things that we were doing in the spirit of East Africanism. They are introducing tariffs on Tanzanian goods. How can you be creating a single market and then imposing tariffs on things like glass and other things? So we are losing the opportunity to negotiate, and the rest of the world loves when they do bilateral. I've always argued, look at Eswatini. Eswatini is meeting China for a bilateral meeting. The GDP of Eswatini is pocket change for Jack Ma. But if Eswatini were to negotiate in the context of SADC,
yes,
or Burundi were to negotiate in the context of East Africa or South Sudan,
then
we begin to make sense.
They would have a louder voice.
Yeah, a louder voice. And unfortunately, our leaders or dealers, as a friend of mine chooses to call them, are so susceptible to manipulation that they think I'm the one who is shining. It's like the schoolmaster's pet. You want to shine over your schoolmates. So you have this feeling that I'm shining. I'm the one who is receiving all the accolades in the world. Therefore, you are ready to betray your colleagues. And that is what we continue to see in the continent of Africa. We see it in Congo, we see it in Kenya, we see it in other countries, in South Sudan.
But Prof, all these dealers, like you've called them, they have advisors. They have people such as yourself in government in various capacities.
No.
I'm not saying that Prof is an advisor, but I'm saying this. For example, the Kenyan government has got a lot of economists, a lot of people in that particular field that can actually tell the president some of these things that you're telling us. Why is it that they're not doing it?
Assuming the president listens. I've talked to people who claim to be advisors in different African countries, and it is the presidents who advise them. We have individuals, unfortunately, in the continent of Africa who, when they assume office, they no longer listen. You are right in saying Kenya, for example, if you look at different government departments, whether it's in agriculture or in economics or in the nuclear sector, they are superb Kenyans. And they are as frustrated as you and me. We tell them what ought to be done. The next thing, at some funeral, at some wedding, at some roadside, we hear them making a pronouncement which doesn't even begin to make sense. And that is what is implemented. No wonder we get the shorthand of the stick 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate.
You know, Paul, one of the things about what we keep seeing over and over again, and why there's a subtle but very real move by certain African countries to actually get rid of all these ties that the Bretton Woods institutions apply with their facilities that they give. The Far East countries and the Asian tigers understood this better than us.
Right.
They also borrowed to build their economies, but they realized it is in their interest to pay off those loans as quickly as possible.
And exit.
Countries like Vietnam paid their debt 2 years before the deadline, just so that they could be read, because those loans come with a sort of conditions which, if you dilly-dally, you will never move from them. See, like all these taxes you hear of, around the time when the East African community was actually beginning to gel, we are hearing about it, we're seeing movements in the right direction.
Yes.
Okay? We were talking about the Africa Free Trade Area.
Yes.
Okay? And the discussions were very good. Then do you know what happens?
What?
Suddenly, the US signs a completely new trade deal with Kenya.
Absolutely. Completely. And so the European Union also does
the same. So you've scuttled the African discussion. You've scuttled it. Because the moment Kenya does that, then they'll go to another country and sign a deal. So how does the continent then negotiate?
So it's divide and rule.
Yes, exactly.
You got it perfectly.
Exactly.
Divide, rule,
yes,
and dominate.
Yeah.
East African community was functional. The shilling in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania was at par. Corporations, whether it's Posta, Railways and Harbors, it was called East African Airways, the universities, they were East African. We were, the EU hadn't even been thought of.
Absolutely.
Okay? No, it hadn't. All these Latin American and American entities, economic blocks hadn't been thought of. Why do you think an effort was made to scuttle it? Because we were actually a union. The only thing we didn't have was a political union.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But we were genuinely advanced.
free movement of people.
Oh, yes.
Some Ugandan was working in Mwanza, some Tanzanian was working in Kisumu.
Yes.
I mean, it was amazing. And the university, we went to University of Dar es Salaam, Makerere University. If you are Form 5 student in Kenya, you would move seamlessly to Tanzania.
Yes.
Or Uganda. The number of Kenyans who studied in those countries and vice versa. You see, you must understand that this hand that seems to want to give has, there are two hands, and the one that gives is a smaller one, the one that takes is the bigger one.
Yeah.
But you are preoccupied with what they tell you are being given, so you never quite see what is being taken.
It's very sad. Where this is not the first time we're talking about xenophobia in South Africa. A couple of years ago we had a similar issue, but it didn't seem like it was like it didn't give birth to anything. But now we realize it was just an incubation for what we are currently seeing. Mozambique is moving its citizens out of that particular country. Ghana also doing the same. I think they are targeting about 3,000 of their citizens there. What is happening in South Africa?
You know, when this issue arose on the 6th day of March, I wrote a letter to President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Yes.
And my argument was, South Africa is the anchor economy. Mr. President, don't allow vigilantism to be what defines how you deal with illegality. It is true that every country wants to document all visitors who are in their country. But you don't allow half-naked individuals to be running around the streets of Durban or Johannesburg, moving from shop to shop, trying to determine who is documented or who is not documented. And you don't allow them, particularly when you know that they are using derogatory terms, makwere kwere habane. They are telling Africans, leave. When I wrote that letter, I received several letters from South Africans.
Okay.
Some of them were very angry with me, and I responded to each one of them with history. Some of them then apologized. I told them, you cannot be in a position where you are telling everybody to go, and some of you are saying documented, some of you are saying all must go, and you are creating an environment where you instill fear in everybody. You are looting shops and all these. And none of the South African leading politicians, I listened to them, they were trying to justify the unjustifiable. And their claim is that fellow Africans are taking away jobs from them. A complete lie. Fellow Africans are creating jobs for them. If you've gone to South Africa, see individuals from Somalia, from Ethiopia, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Kenya. They are the ones who are creating jobs where there were no opportunities, or there appear to be no opportunity. They saw them and they are creating jobs. So even if they were not documented, I would regularize them because they are adding value to the economy.
True.
But because, and permit me to say this very painfully, black South Africans are suffering from what is called the Stockholm Syndrome. They love their tormentors who are white. That is why it is not even xenophobia. A friend of me corrected me. It is Afrophobia.
Okay.
It is Africans that they do not want. It is the whites who still control over 70% of their land. It is the whites who run an enclave called Orania, where blacks are not allowed.
I know of Orania.
So when you look at it and you see even the very cagey responses by Matemela Cyril Ramaphosa, it is only after 1 month that he's now coming up and making an address, trying to be as diplomatic as you can be. But you can see in his heart of hearts that he is with the men and women in the streets. Because these individuals, through their utterances, have led others to commit murder. 5 Mozambicans dead. They have led others to lose their property. The Ghanaians have taken away or repatriated nearly 300 of them. The Nigerians are saying, and then they are saying that their fellow Africans are criminals. You would imagine that if you took away all the criminals, then South Africa would be heaven without any crime. Yet statistics tell us 90% of those in jail and counting are South African male, which means that they are the ones who are committing the crimes. If there is one odd non-South African who is engaged in this, let them be dealt with in accordance with the law. And my good friend Julius Selo Malema said something with which I agree.
Yes.
They have started going for the foreigners. When they are done with the foreigners, they'll now turn on Veda, on Venda, Pedi, and Songa, giving meaning to that famous aphorism, if you remember, City by Martin Niemola. First they came for the Jews. And I said nothing because I was not a Jew. They came for the communists. Then they came for me. And I hope that the administration of Cyril Matamela will do something about it. This idea that they are sending envoys is a scatterbrain. We must call it by its proper name. Don't they have ambassadors in Kenya? Has the Kenyan ambassador, South African ambassador to Kenya spoken about it? And the ambassadors everywhere, have they spoken about and against it? And we must remember, during the struggle against apartheid, statistics tell me that anything between 40,000 and 60,000 South Africans were in exile.
Yes.
In Mozambique, in Tanzania, in Zambia, in Kenya. I remember living next to a South African family in Jericho, and they never left. As I speak to you now, it is estimated that nearly 1 million South Africans live outside of South Africa.
Okay.
Acceptable. So when one sees what is happening, this Afrophobia, where they are telling us, go and repair your country, and I think some of them have never traveled. And they must imagine that in Africa we live on trees, jumping from branch to branch.
Okay.
Perhaps some of them, we should give them a free tour of Africa, including Nairobi and Dar es Salaam and other places and Abuja, so that they are able to see that we cannot in good nature talk about African integration when we are not working together. And lastly,
yes,
they lose out. How many people have been taking their children in high school to South Africa? South African universities, tourism. I can tell you in the next 2 months, the South African tourism will be hit and hit hard. Those who are taking their children to university in those places will withdraw their children, and they are going to regret it.
Yeah.
But we ought not to do what they are doing. My view, we should not expel them. We should not mistreat them. What we should do is, at their moment of hate, we should show them love. Then they'll be disarmed. Then they'll know that they are in the wrong, hopefully. And then I hope to see that the leaders of these gangs should be arrested and prosecuted. It is only then that I'll know the South African administration is serious about this thing.
Prof, one of the things that is symptomatic of what we're seeing, when the state has failed to provide its citizens with a certain level of security, in this case, security about employment, politicians within that system will stoke what we say. This is not organic.
No.
Someone must have started it somewhere.
Some people. Because if you look at the history of South Africa from the time it got its independence, okay, one of the things that stood out about its provinces, the one province that seemed to be able to manage its affairs well and even balance their books was the Western Cape. The others, brother, they were chaotic. Okay? It is the chaos that the West like to characterize Africans with.
Yes.
We talk of people going on a looting spree.
Yeah.
Our brothers in that part of the continent, those in positions of elected leadership did the same thing you see our people doing. A lot clumsier than our people, Because our people have stolen for a long time and they've figured ways of stealing without leaving too much of a trace.
Yes.
Those brothers were not doing that. What am I saying? When the same resources that are supposed to create an environment where opportunities for employment and so forth are created is embezzled, there will be no creation of opportunities. So more and more people will find that they do not have an opportunity because it doesn't exist.
Yes.
So what do? We who have been independent longer and have learned to be enterprising, when we go there, we see hopes, we see opportunities that the locals cannot possibly see. I know because the earlier xenophobia that was spoken of found when I used to do some work in South Africa. And I actually asked. And when it was explained to me by one of the colleagues I was working with, I actually began to understand. You see, the way an ordinary shopkeeper, say for instance, in a township would work, it's the way the Mzungu works. You open the shop at around 9.
Correct.
Lunch, you take a 2-hour break. Then by 6, you shut down. A Kenyan, that thing is open 24 hours.
Absolutely.
5 to midnight.
What midnight? He sleeps in the back room. If you call him, he'll open. And there's nothing he doesn't sell. Okay? It's a shop, but he's already built a place where, and there's somebody cooking, and there's a bar on the side. We know how Kenyans think.
Yes.
A Kenyan buys a house. He's already looking at that space and he has an extension. It's that thinking.
Absolutely.
It was foreign to the locals there. Completely foreign. And then our people had understood that China existed.
Yes.
So when it comes to doing business, they buy in bulk. They will outprice you on everything. Now, we have a tendency, us Nigerians specifically, we are insensitive.
How so?
When you are a visitor in a country, don't behave the way you behave in your own country. In your own country, you know each other, you understand each other, so your behavior is understood.
Right.
Okay? You are making money. The government of South Africa, you know there's affordable housing?
Yes.
They built affordable housing for their people. Okay? Those houses would go for something like 500,000 rand.
Okay.
500,000 rand, if you multiply by 10 at that particular point in time,
5 million.
Yes. Or there are some which were less. Somebody who's never been in such a house, this thing where you're paying rent so that you can actually own the house, they had them. What do you think a Kenyan will see? Kenyans couldn't buy those. You couldn't buy it.
Yeah.
But you could have an irrevocable power of attorney over it.
Yeah. So, but see, you've said something that I want to expound on before I forget it. The question of sensitivity must also be wedded with the question of government responsibility. It is the duty of government to ring fence certain areas from the get-go. I get into South Africa, the government from the get-go would say these areas of business are reserved for the locals.
Yes.
And if they are not reserved for the locals, then they can be in partnership with a foreigner up to this percentage. So failure of government to ring fence these things is what sometimes leads to the situation that we find, the so-called spaza shops, which they are complaining about. And I had my good friend Kagoro arguing that, in fact, when you destroy the spaza shops, who are you helping? ShopRite.
Yes.
Because immediately there are no kiosks or spaza shops. Where will you shop? The supermarkets. And where there are these spaza shops, the ShopRites don't thrive. So it's saying unknowingly they are actually aiding the white monopoly capital, because the reality, and Malema said it, okay, 300 Ghanaians have left. Now show me the 300 jobs that they took away from you. Of course, he's saying it tongue-in-cheek, but he's saying the opportunities are not self-evident. They are created. And you also ought to have a work ethic. The work ethic, and I listened to one of the Indians saying, but you want me to employ South Africans. Not that all South Africans don't have a good work ethic. But on Monday, they'll not turn up for work. The Zimbabweans will. The Malawians will. The Mozambicans will, because their motivation is totally different. They want to make the rand and send it back home. So it's a combination of factors which, in my view, demanded that the government ought to deal with it well. And CT was right, that the invisible political hand, when you can't solve it and you can't explain it, externalize the enemy. And that is exactly what is happening. All your problems to the foreign migrants. And remember, they are now saying there are two groups of them. Operation Dudula, which is very active in KwaZulu-Natal, and March on March, which is also very active in KwaZulu-Natal.
Right.
And the whole idea, by the 30th of June, they are speaking with both sides of the mouth. One side is saying only undocumented. The other one is saying even documented.
All of them.
But even if you are documented, hasn't the environment been made so toxic? Before you explain yourself and give your papers, which upon display may also be destroyed, people are thinking of leaving. Actually, people are selling their items.
The best thing is just to leave.
Yeah. That is what is happening.
Don't risk it, yeah.
Don't risk it. And what South Africans don't know, it can happen. People may boycott MTN. People may boycott Stanbic. People may boycott ShopRite. People may boycott Marks and Beans. And all these outlets which are taking money to South Africa, which is helping them enjoy the quality of life that they are enjoying. They don't see the total picture. They only see it from a very narrow, myopic perspective. And their politicians are not helping in this regard.
Prof, how would a politician, and I'm asking this because I want to understand, how would anyone, forget even a politician, benefit from this kind of division in South Africa?
You know, your typical African politician is not interested in the welfare of the people that they lead.
Yes.
So as long as they have an environment where they can go into parliament and make their own money, they don't care whether the people are poor. In fact, they love them when they are poor. Because when they are poor, you can always give them 10 rand or 20 rand and they run to your rallies and you think that you are now a big man because some 30,000 individuals have attended your rallies. So they don't care. In countries where politicians care about their people, the language is totally different. The language is, if they are undocumented individuals, we give you a 30-day moratorium, regularize. But that is not the language that we are hearing in South Africa. The language is, leave, you are taking away our jobs. Even a driver is saying a doctor is taking their job.
Do you remember when Angela Merkel was the chancellor in Germany?
Okay.
And there was a big hoo-ha from her people regarding the Syrians and people who are coming in. And she put her foot down. She said, no. We had problems when our people left this country and we were welcomed in other countries.
Absolutely.
We are not turning these people away.
Yeah.
They need our help. We will provide it.
Okay.
Now you see, that's leading from the top. Now everybody else can say exactly what they like, but she has given direction. It is clear.
Absolutely. Clarity. Leadership is about clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, at the end of the day, this thing you call xenophobia, I want to bring it home. Every once in a while, we hear sparks and complaints, purely ethnical complaints about this community or the other.
Yeah.
Now, what is lost in that conversation is the positivity of it. If you have community X who are known to be businessmen, and some of them have sharp practices, the thing you're forgetting is that for an African to actually do business and grow it, have an industry or commerce, it is a positive thing that completely demystifies what the colonialists had tried to tell us, that we are not able. That individual with the sharp practice tells you we are able.
Yeah.
When a community that were camel herders, okay, within a space of something like 2 decades, completely changed that narrative and become a people who are commercial giants.
Yes.
Who are becoming industrialists. That is something to emulate and to say, man, we have local examples. This thing can be done.
Absolutely.
Yes. But now, we rob ourselves of this great learning opportunity when we now ethnicize it.
You know, let me be a little blunt, CT.
Yes.
You know, there is something that I've admired about the Agikoyo in Kenya.
Yes.
They see opportunities where you don't see them.
Yes.
The Somalis.
Yes.
Who today, when I want to transfer money from Dubai, I simply go into a forex bureau and cause that money to be received real time. So what should we emulate? We should now emulate them and say, how do we make sure that this thing is mainstreamed?
Yes.
And if there are certain weak communities, particularly even if you are to talk about Kenya, for example, then we say there are certain businesses that we'll reserve for the locals.
Yes.
Because this is an area they are weak, therefore this is affirmative action of an economic kind.
Yes.
But the others, you teach them.
Yes.
They learn. Then in the next 15 years, they'll be as good as you are. That is the attitude that should be replicated. And you said something a little earlier. We are talking about Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which means that our tea in Kenya should be moved to Johannesburg in South Africa without any tariff and non-tariff barriers. That is only possible, among other things, if there is mobility of labor. That is why I'm personally involved in a movement we are saying visa-less Africa, no visa. I wake up in the morning in Nairobi, Kenya. I want to go to Maiduguri in Nigeria. I should just be able to take a plane and be there as if it were domestic. And let me tell you, if we were able to do that, this African GDP that you talk about, 3 trillion, in 5 years it would be 10 trillion.
Yes.
Because tourism, airfares will begin to come down. I'll not be going to Dubai. What is there to see in Dubai? I'd go to Zambia. I'd go to Tanzania. I would go to Rwanda and Burundi and Central African Republic. These are the things, Paul, that we must tell the South Africans.
Yes.
And we hope that their leaders, and CT has given a perfect example of Angela Merkel. She even said it about the tax.
Yes, she did.
Let us have leaders who are resolute, who are able to say we are not going to allow this. This namby-pamby, these nice speeches which don't yield much are not going to help anybody. I would have imagined that the South African Parliament would have convened urgently to discuss this as a matter of national crisis. Nothing has happened. It's only the EFF who have tried to do something.
They have.
But this is an emergency. But unfortunately, the president doesn't appear to see it. Or if he sees it, he doesn't appear to understand it. Then he has this short visit by our own president, which I think was specifically designed to blunt the edge of what was happening. But it didn't work. Because what I suspect, and I hope it will not, if Cyril starts visiting African countries, there'll be riots against him. Yes. People will go to airports in different countries to shout him down because he has not shown leadership in the moment when leadership ought to have been shown. And we helped them. One of them even said, those who thought they gave Mandela money should go to the Mandela family to get the money. I mean, Thabo Mbeki was in exile. Oliver Tambo was in exile.
Yes.
They were all here. In Tanzania, there was Solomon Mahlangu School in Morogoro. The issue is we must speak firmly and loudly, and media such as yours are doing that very thing. You may think that it is not they are here, they are listening. Whether they do something about it is a different debate, but at least those with a conscience are beginning to ask the question. This man has been forced to deliver a statement. I think yesterday he delivered a statement yesterday, the 7th, to the country, because he's getting worried.
You know, Prof, if we go back in the history of South Africa and we look at there was an attempt to perhaps enact a little reparation for the locals being the majority black in South Africa, people like Cyril Ramaphosa, Tokyo, Sitswale, and others were incorporated into the corporate world in South Africa. And what that meant was there was an attempt, affirmative action really, that's a better word, to try and get the African to be part of what was the economic juggernaut. But it wasn't the first time that had been done. Before the National Party actually took over, or had become the ruling party, the British, who understood commerce more than the Boers were farmers.
Yes.
For the Boers to understand business and commerce, they had to be brought in. This isn't the first time this was being done in South Africa. But the problem with affirmative action is this. You are not certain how the majority who these few represent benefit from that particular action. Because there are those who argue that what you then have is a leadership of people who are captive.
Yes.
To their sponsors. Because that's what it amounts to. It's like you have a political party in this country, and we know that you have been sponsored by that party. The sponsorship here simply means they have said so and so is our person, not that they've given you anything.
I mean, it is a kind of sponsorship.
So from that point onwards,
when in their silent moment they see, they say, that is our boy. That is our girl. So they are the puppeteers.
Yes, they are.
So you are their puppet. And you know, affirmative action. And you've mentioned Tokyo Sitswale and even Cyril Ramaphosa. They were beneficiaries of the black empowerment.
Yes, they were.
But people now say that affirmative action does not do or achieve its intended purpose. If you look at the studies that have been undertaken,
they argue it corrupts.
Yeah, it corrupts.
Yes.
Prof, in one of your very many lectures, you said that a disunited Africa will never realize its potential. When we see such cases as what is happening in South Africa, then that definitely is very germane to that conversation. Are there other situations where we can look at continentally that are similar in terms of effect to what is happening in South Africa that will scuttle this whole issue of a united Africa?
You know, disunity disempowers. And City a little earlier talked about the beauty of East African community when we had all these institutions. I mean, had we continued on that trajectory, I'm telling you, we would be a region that is very different in terms of attitude, in terms of our political orientation, economic orientation. But the more disunited you are, the more insular and provincial you become. So that South Africa, the way it is now, should be the anchor economy of SADC.
Yes.
It should anchor Lesotho, Eswatini, Namibia, Botswana, Mozambique, Angola. Because look at its coastline. From Durban through to Cape Town, Cape of Good Hope. That is the anchor. Even in terms of moving toward the realization of a single currency, the rand should be the anchor currency. The pula could be strong, but the Botswana, only 2 million of them.
Yes.
We are talking about 60 million. So the more it is disunited, the easier it is now for foreigners to control the region. You asked me whether I see similar activities in other parts of Africa.
The continent,
ECOWAS.
yes.
When there were coup d'etats in Burkina, in Niger, and in Mali, and in Guinea, and in Gabon, the Sahelian states have moved out of ECOWAS. What has happened, therefore, is that they have undermined unity in that region. But I want you to remember at one time when ECOWAS was enjoying her full splendor, and when Nigeria was offering the leadership when there was a crisis in Liberia, ECOMOG. It is Nigeria that stood out. We say we are the big brothers here.
Yes.
We are 250 million of us and still counting. And they moved into Liberia, stabilized. In the Gambia, when Yahya Jammeh wanted to stay in power, they told him, you are not going to stay in power. We are going to get you out. And as we speak now, he's in Equatorial Guinea.
Yes.
In other words, when you have an anchor economy then that anchor economy stabilizes the region.
Yeah.
And when it stabilizes the region, a number of things begin to happen. There is free movement of people. There is free movement of goods. And when all these things are combined, the economy begins to rise. All these things that we are importing from China, in 10 years we could be manufacturing them in Africa. If united, then we deal with the basic issues of energy. We are therefore producing electricity at rates which can support manufacturing. And then the jobs that we are now exporting will be back home. And I think that can happen. In East African region, Kenya geopolitically is the most important country. Geopolitically, why? Our human resources is excellent.
Yes.
For a good reason, we have all the UN bodies moving into this country. If Kenya were to be the leader, and we are losing that leadership position very, very slowly because of our misbehavior. And how are we misbehaving? Look at the East African community. The report said that the accounts of East African community had only $23. They have 7 accounts. $23.
$23 million.
No, $23.
No. It means we don't have money.
They have no money. That is what they are saying.
Okay, let me put it differently. They are broke.
They are broke.
Dollars is roughly 3,500.
Yeah, here. And the truth is
So
that
they are competing with you, Paul.
Yes, you are richer than them.
What?
The workers have not been paid since the month of January. The workers of East African community. And remember, it is our president who was the chair. And I'm not blaming us. Kenya pays. Democratic Republic of Congo has not paid. South Sudan has not paid. Burundi has not paid. Somalia paid when they came in. And the issue is Kenya should provide that leadership. How did we lose it? On the question of second-hand clothing, we entered into an arrangement with Americans under AGOA. We have entered into arrangements with EU. We are doing things that nobody can explain, hosting Macron here once he's been expelled from the Sahelian region. Kenya could also be that anchor country in this region. In Central Africa, DRC could be the anchor country. See the agreement that they have entered into with Belgium, with France, with the Americans for coltan, and for timber with the Malaysians.
Yes.
And of course, the Arabs up in the north must decide whether they are Africans or they are not Africans. Because as we speak now, they are selling Africans. There is a slave market, active slave market in Libya. As we speak. Moroccans at one time thought they were Europeans, they withdrew. Then they came back again. So when
While
it is
still on the African continent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start this way. They are also members of the Arab League.
Arab League.
So that tells you that
divided loyalty. So in a nutshell, our disorganization, our disunity helps. And as they say in Kiswahili, vita vya panzi, furaha ya kunguru.
Kweli. I'm still confused on the $23. Why are the other countries not paying?
You've got to make the community attractive.
Yes.
And I believe that we have not succeeded in the recent past to make the community attractive. What are the things that unite us? Citi said it very well. In the early days, you had East African harbors. East African Post and Telecommunication. Railways and harbors. The examination, some of us sat
East African Examination. It was the East African Examination Council.
Yes,
so that you understand.
We had a single currency. We had a single common bank. What is it that makes Kenya attractive to a South Sudanese or to a Burundian or to a Democratic Republic of Congo?
What is this thing that they feel they will gain?
This, what is it? This is the thing. But if you look at the first leaders, to their credit, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, or Jomo Kenyatta, and even Apollo Milton Obote at that time, like them or hate them, there was clarity. They believed in the union. But look at some of these individuals. Do they believe in the union? No. They found the institution. Then to their credit, those who revived it, Mwai Kibaki, Daniel Moi, and Yoweri Kaguta Museveni also had some, but Museveni now is a little old, not as enthusiastic. He's the new chair now, and I hope he'll use this occasion to inject some impetus into the union. But as it is now, we are becoming more and more separated.
Yeah.
Because we are entering into more and more bilaterals. You go to Bujumbura. Entering Bujumbura, it takes you 1 hour to fill documents.
One.
Yeah. You go to Kinshasa.
Yes.
You pay $50 as you are leaving Kinshasa.
Why?
You see, they call it exit fees. And yet we are in the same community.
So if I don't have $50, I'm not leaving?
No, you are not leaving. So you had better carry $50 the next time you go to Kinshasa. You go to Zanzibar now, there is a mandatory health insurance that you must pay, even if you are an East African. You know, it's as if we are introducing more and more hurdles on a daily basis and making the East African community less and less attractive. And I want to conclude with one thing.
Okay.
We agreed, for example, in East Africa, that we would not import second-hand clothing in order to revive our textile industry, Kikomi, Mountex, and all, Rivertex, and all. You know what Kenya did? We went, we were told we would not enjoy AGOA, and we are now the largest importer of second-hand clothing in the entire continent of Africa. And the clothes that we import now find their way into all these other countries.
So essentially, the dream of having our own industries died. Bear one thing in mind.
Yes.
If you import something from China and comes by ship,
yes,
let's say it takes 10 days for the ship to arrive here. How long do you think that thing, from the time it gets to the port of Mombasa, how long does it take to go to Uganda? Almost twice that amount of time.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay.
You see, when you have a continental African free trade area, okay?
Yes.
That logistical nightmare that we currently have, when it's dealt with, you know this road that we keep hearing of, the Mau Summit, Rironi Mau Summit. Let's start with Mombasa. If you had a dual carriageway from Mombasa, and then you had that continuing, that road alone would change so much in Kenya, you would be amazed. Because all of a sudden, that logistical nightmare of taking 10 hours from Nairobi to Kisumu, another 12 to Malaba, it would end.
You know, the logistics industry in a place like the US, and I know this because I know friends who are working with that industry, the road network in a place like the US is what City is saying here. You can move from the west coast to the east coast.
Yes.
Bila stress yoyote.
Zero. Now,
it's a game changer.
It is a game changer. It's a massive, massive game changer.
On the issue of East Africa Community, Prof, if we look at how, if I were to compare it and draw some similarities or perhaps even parallels, if you may, how different or similar are we to the EU, for example, and what makes the EU attractive to their continent as opposed to how we are driving our own EAC?
You know, Paul, we lost the script when the East African Community collapsed in 1997, because critical institutions must be the ones that unite us. Let's take about postal service, for example. If we had a working postal service, the DHLs of this world, the FedExes of this world would not be there. Which means employment would be available for Tanzanians, for all East Africans. If we had a working environment in the ports, it is not Bolloré from France who would be doing things, or Musk. It would be an East African arrangement. EU works because, number one, if I'm in Bratislava in Slovakia and I want to move to Lisbon in Portugal, I take a bus. There is no border that I look at. I just pass. I just wave my EU passport and I move. You try moving through the border in Namanga or Malaba. A young friend of mine took 9 hours in the Tanzanian border because they want you to have a logbook for your car. And A man has written a book called Greg Mills, Why Africa is Poor and What Africa Can Do About it. And he says poverty is a choice. And he gives an example of a truck that left Mombasa and had to go through 34 checkpoints, regular and irregular, before they arrived in Uganda. 34.
Within the territory of Kenya?
Within the territory of Kenya. You know, there are others which are informally erected, but 34. So if you look at the EU movement of people, movement one single airspace, you can get an air value jet or some jet, 50 euros, and you are there. Here, to go to Uganda, sometimes it is $800 by Kenya Airways. So those things, education is one of them. Today, you go to Nairobi, what do you see? British curriculum, American curriculum. Anybody who can is removing their children from our domestic curriculum. Yet in those days, if we heard you are going to a private school, we would say, what was wrong with you? Why did you go to a private school? The public school defined standards. So one is saying we've got to, they borrowed from us, the EU. Now we have to borrow from them. Let us move to, do you know, under the fast tracking of East African community, we ought to have had a single currency in the year 2009?
No.
Customs Union ought to have been, we ought to have been a single market. The first president of East African community ought to have been sworn in January the year 2010.
The first what now?
The first president of East African community.
Oh.
Under the fast tracking, which was chaired by Kenya's Twiswila Amos Wako. He's the one who presided over that committee for fast tracking. In other words, we know what ought to be done. The problem is we have leadership that is not interested in moving us in that direction. Our problem is simply and squarely a problem of leadership. And once you have that problem, then you can only wish for things. And as the saying goes, if wishes were horses, even beggars would ride.
Riding, yes.
But we must not give up. I think it is the duty of some of us who believe in this integration to keep on speaking about it. One day, when we think it will not happen, it will happen. And progressively, one is beginning to see, courtesy of artificial intelligence, courtesy of a technology, things are beginning to happen. The borders are becoming useless. Because of technology. It is how we use and harness that technology positively. Perhaps that is what is going to defeat these dealers.
Do we have, and I'll use your words, do we have any dealers in the 54 countries, presidents, kings, or prime ministers that are committed to the cause of Pan-Africanism?
Yes, I believe there are few. Right now, I believe that President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana is moving in the right direction. Like him or hate it, Paul Kagame still believes in an African project.
Okay.
And then Boko in Botswana believes in an African project. In the Sahel, Traore has his problems, but he believes in an African project. Those are the ones that I can count. And I believe that if they are supported, then we will begin, and I'm very deliberate, particularly in urging President Dramani Mahama, whom I know very well, because he's now leading two things. The African reparation, which he brought, there is a resolution of the UN courtesy of Ghana, and I think that that is what perhaps is going to galvanize us. But they must be wary of two individuals. There is no defamation here because we can defend them. They must be wary of Emmanuel Macron. They must be wary of another person called Tony Blair.
Retired peer?
Yes, because he has an advisory thing. Even here he has a thing in Nairobi. He's advising all manner of African presidents.
I know he has an NGO.
Yes,
of sorts,
they must be wary of that. Then they must be wary of another individual called Bill Gates. These individuals, the three of them, because they are everywhere, they're in health, they are in education, they are in agriculture, and they come with money.
Lots of money.
Lots of money. But it's not lots of money. it appears to be lots of money. We have more money internally that we can generate if you marshal African billionaires. And Aliko Dangote is beginning to show the way in the oil sector. We can look at a few of them in the continent and put them together, then use our institution, African Exim Bank, which is now present in about 20 countries, complete with a payment system. African Development Bank, if we jettison some of these funds. East African Development Bank, African Re. In other words, I am saying, even within the East African region and the African region, there are enough anchor institutions. And I want to conclude with what CT said. CT said something that is very critical, that all countries borrowed in order to grow, but they were quick to repay. That is how you see now Southeast Asia, Laos, Vietnam, Indonesia, are going in a totally different trajectory. Just by way of example, by next year, Vietnam will produce more coffee than Kenya and Uganda combined. Can you believe it? Why? Because they have an anchor economy.
Yes.
In China, and therefore China is very quiet. President Xi, I think as I speak now, or in a few days, will be visiting North Korea.
Okay.
They are marshalling countries around that area. Then they'll come and deal with us under BRICS, and we'll be playing the gooseberry.
We'll be playing what you call second fiddle.
Fiddle. So it can't be done. And in the beginning there was the word, and that word is what we must use and convert into something else. Never tire. I'm sure sometimes you get tired. You say, but we are saying all these good things. And don't tire.
Okay.
Don't tire. It may take 100 years, but keep on repeating it. Keep on repeating.
Eventually it will happen.
It will happen. Okay. It has no choice but to happen.
In conclusion, Prof, just a word from me in terms of our politics. Currently, we are seeing a lot of talk, whether it's on ethnic division, whether it's on election rigging. Basically, from where I sit, I believe we are looking at a very huge mess come next year. I don't know what you think about it.
You know, I have written 2 letters. One to my friend Bishop Omai, who is now the chairman of National Cohesion.
Okay.
And in my letter to him, I annexed a letter that I wrote in the year 2024 to his predecessor, Kovia.
Yes.
And I said, they are warmongers. Just listen to their rhetoric on so-called vernacular stations and at funerals. They are beating the drums of war across ethnicities. That is letter number 1 I wrote to Bishop. Letter number 2 I wrote to Ethekon, my friend who is head of IEBC, and I told him 1 year in advance of the elections,
yes,
people are campaigning for seats that have not been declared vacant. On what basis? Can you tell people to stop campaigning, to stop posters being splattered all over the country? And people coming and saying, it doesn't matter, you can vote all you want, but our candidate is going to win whether you like it or not. They say, tutajaza hivi. Anasema hivi. Until those individuals, those institutions come and they act, bare their teeth, I fear that the elections that are due on the 10th of August next year,
yes,
may give birth to something that we do not like. It is the duty of the President of the Republic of Kenya, who himself is already pork barreling around the country. He is on a campaign mode. The governors are on a campaign mode. Everybody is on a campaign mode. We must stop it. And if we don't stop it, we'll pay for it. Now, Waswahili wanasema mtego wa panya uingia waliomo na wasiokwemo. So, I hope and pray that these institutions, and some of these individuals, the way you deal with these individuals is arrest them. and bar them from participating in the electoral process. If we don't arrest and punish individuals who are anti-Kenya, who are ethnic warmongers, what I call is jingoistic and atavistic ethnic mongering.
Yes, Professor.
And Koigi Wamwere has written a book which I keep on repeating and I've talked about even in this fora.
Yes.
Towards genocide in Kenya, the curse of negative ethnicity. All parliamentarians and all these individuals seeking office should read that book, if only to tell them, let us withdraw.
Yes. Thank you so much, Senior Counsel, for this. It's again things you've said here. I didn't think I'd ever look at things from that perspective, from the xenophobic attacks to this whole issue of Pan-Africanism, and of course here locally about our ethnicity and our division along our political lines. Thank you so much for making time. Karibu sana.
Endeleeni na kazi safi.
Tunakushukuru sana kwa kurecognize hiyo kazi.
Kazi ni safi.
All right.
Asante.
Folks, don't go too far. In a few minutes we shall be hosting former Nyeri Town MP Wambugu Ngunjiri. He's going to be talking about, just like Professor said here, the future of our politics as far as the elections in 2027 are concerned. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 men have been arrested in Migori after a pistol was recovered during a football match at Sonny Green Stadium in Awendo. Police say a man identified as Godfrey Otieno, also known as Daddy, attempted to access the VIP section during a match between Migori Youth FC and Equity Bank FC. Security officers stopped him and recovered a seized pistol loaded with 10 rounds of ammunition. Investigations revealed that the firearm belonged to a licensed civilian gun holder, Peter Jobando, who was also arrested for allegedly allowing an unauthorized person to possess the weapon. Roots Party leader George Wajakoya and Saboti Member of Parliament Caleb Amisi have joined a growing wave of opposition to the government's plan to set up an Ebola quarantine facility at Nanyuki Air Base in Laikipia County. Wajakoya says the move will create fear among residents in the area, adding that the U.S. government, which has entered into a partnership with Kenya to establish the isolation center, has superior infrastructure to handle Ebola.
Nani atataka kununua shamba kule Mount Kenya? Nani atataka kununua shamba Nanyuki? Nimesema sijasema. Si watu watatoroka kusema kwamba kule kuna Ebola. Kwa nini ukitoka Congo Zaire kwenda Amerikani kule New York it's only 9 hours, na kutoka Kinshasa mheshimiwa Kale mpaka Nairobi is probably 7.5 hours. Kenya does not have facilities for Ebola.
Sahi mnasikia Ebola. America is a superpower. Inaenda kule Congo, watu wameshikwa na Ebola wanaleta hapa Laikipia. Inaleta Burundi, watu wako na Ebola inaleta hapa Nanyuki.
Jubilee Deputy Party leader Fred Matiang'i has faulted the government's handling of the competency-based curriculum, saying more support is needed to ensure its successful implementation. Speaking at MCK Makutano Church in Meru County, Matiang'i called for the appointment of a dedicated principal secretary to oversee the program and address challenges facing learners. He also blamed inadequate funding in schools for some cases of student indiscipline, saying many principals lack the resources needed to effectively manage the institution.
The education sector that we have now. Now, while tumekuwa huko, I can give you proposals with one of my eyes closed. One, stop wastage, put money in the schools so that school principals have money so that they can run the schools. They can't run the schools on saliva. They need money, the capitation, money should go to schools. That is a straightforward matter. Number two, I would tell the president, appoint a principal secretary in charge of curriculum reform and transition, because that is a special thing we are now implementing CPC.
At least 10 people have died after a boat thought to be carrying migrant capsized near Malta, the Italian Coast Guard has said. The vessel, which had set off from the Libyan coast, had about 60 people on board at the time of the incident, according to authorities. In a statement, the Coast Guard said Malta had requested help in the search and rescue operation following the capsizing of a vessel reported with migrants abroad and people in the water. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Shujaa will remain in the HSBC Sevens Division 2 for the 2026-27 season after surviving relegation at the Bordeaux Sevens in France on Sunday. Kenya secured their place with a 26-7 victory over Uruguay, while the USA 17 win over Fiji in 5th place playoff also worked in Shujaa's favor. The Kenyan side finished 11th in Bordeaux after a difficult campaign that saw them lose to Fiji, South Africa, Great Britain and Germany. Coach Kevin Wambugu and his team will now shift focus to improving their performances ahead of next season. Florentino Perez has been re-elected as Real Madrid president in the first contested presidential voting since 2006. Perez proclaimed victory during a speech at a hotel near the Bernabeu Stadium, while his rival Enrique Riquelme accepted defeat. Florentino secured 65% of the vote with 21,741 ballots, while Riquelme claimed 35% with 11,814 votes. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. Right now it is 18 minutes past 8 o'clock. We had such an awesome time with the professor. Ametuambia mambo mengi. Lakini sasa tuko naye mwingine pia mwenye alikuja hapa akawasha moto last time. It is none other than Honorable Ngunjiri Wambugu, former Nyeri Town MP. The conversation is about the political parties, of course, and some of the political shenanigans we are currently witnessing in the country. So Mhesh, karibu tena sana.
Asante sana.
Homa ilipona.
Very glad to be here. Yeah, homa imeenda. Homa imeenda.
Last time you came here, you spoke about Jubilee Party, and I didn't think that people were actually very keen on some of the things that you said. And has anything changed since the last time you were here?
Well, we had we went to the political parties dispute tribunal on Friday.
Okay.
Where we've been asking for some orders. The other parties, the Office of the Register of Political Parties, filed their response to our issues.
Yes.
And also the Jubilee Party filed a one-page where they spoke. They introduced a preliminary objection, which is going to be the thing that we will discuss first.
Okay.
I think on the 16th of this month. So we are proceeding.
You've called it a preliminary what? Objection?
Yes, the Jubilee Party raised a preliminary objection to my suit at PBDT, and that's what we're going to hear. We'll hear what they're objecting to, and then I'm sure the court will decide.
They just objected, but they didn't really
give me any responses. Though ORPP did give some very interesting responses. Actually, but before the day was here, we didn't have that response. So on Thursday in the afternoon, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties filed a lot of documents, filed my letters as part of their affidavit to the issues I'd raised. But they also filed a lot of documents which were interesting because a lot of those were the documents I had been asking the Jubilee Party to give me.
Yes.
And they hadn't given.
Okay.
So ORPP, in their own wisdom, decided to make them now available to me through as part of their response to the to my issues, and they've been very helpful.
Okay.
They a lot of them confirm some of the issues I raised. Like there's a very interesting letter there from ORPP to the Jubilee Party that said that, and this is on record, they said that when you guys were proposing for Kenta to be the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, he wasn't a member of the party. Which is
unprocedural.
Not unprocedural. No. You can't be done. You can't be made an official of a party that you're not
a member of.
Okay.
You know, so it's going to be some of the things we're going to be prosecuting. We want to hear the reasons that the party made the decisions they made. So it's going to be an interesting process.
Yeah.
See, it's a dispute tribunal. So we will have a conversation.
Yes. You know, people say that ukigwaruzana saa zingine na family, things go really bad.
Yes.
You know, when you fight your brothers and your sisters or your father, you take them to court. That's the beginning of the end of any relationship that could have been.
Yes.
But doesn't the question arise, Paul, as to why it is such wrangles should exist within a family?
And, you know, disputes are very important. I mean, because people will establish the truth, others will be understood in case you did, and it's a normal process. But the moment you take a brother to court, then now dynamics change. Ulinipeleka kotini ulikuwa unataka nifungwe, ama ulinipeleka kotini ulikuwa unataka ninyang'anywe kitu fulani.
You know, this particular Supreme Court, the head of the Supreme Court and the president of the Supreme Court and our Chief Justice, her dispensation has ushered in something that we will not be thankful for now, but when she has left that office, when we will fully appreciate it.
Okay.
The introduction and the push for alternate ways of dispute resolution. Okay.
Arbitration.
You see, like now, we have a political dispute being handled, and it is known there where to take it, and there's an organ within that particular institution that deals with it. You see clarity. Before this, that thing would have ended up in the High Court.
Yes.
And can you imagine, and you're mixing that one issue, which is a political one, with everything else.
Yes.
When do you think that thing will ever get resolved? So, in many ways, where you are spot on, Paul, sometimes, for purpose of clarity, those disputes are necessary.
Yeah.
Because they begin as a query. When the query isn't responded to, that's when it morphs into a dispute that now requires a third party to resolve.
So in this case, you know, when you take a dispute in the family setup to your father, by the time unastaki brother yako kwa madha ama father, unataka ujamaa chapwe.
But see, also there's a bit of the setting will be a bit different.
For sure.
First and foremost, the dispute that has gone to PBDT is not meant to jail anyone.
For sure.
Actually, it's meant to clarify. And what is happening is, and where PBDT was set up is, for a long time, when you're a member of a party and you felt things were not going right, and you could have been wrong in how you were feeling, but you need to take your feelings and your questions somewhere.
Yes.
So remember, I started by asking questions to the party. The party did not respond. Then I asked questions to ORPP, which is the regulatory body of the political parties, and they were not very responsive.
Yeah.
So it's actually a graduation process, because and these institutions have been put up so that you can actually engage them. So if you ask a question to the party and they don't respond to you, who do you go to? You go to the regulator of the party, which is ORPP. So if you ask a question from ORPP and you're not happy with the responses, who do you go to? You go to it now becomes a dispute. You have an issue. You know, ideally we're supposed to have a dispute resolution mechanism within the party of Jubilee, but it doesn't exist.
Okay.
So that's not, we were supposed to have had this conversation internally within the party.
It wasn't in the constitution?
It's supposed to be in the constitution. It's actually supposed to exist.
Yes.
But it doesn't.
Okay.
And by the time I was asking these questions, unless it was set up last night,
it wasn't there.
It has not been there. So if it's not there, you can't assume the dispute doesn't exist, because the mechanism within to deal with it. Even in a family setting, the reason you go to court is because you guys have not been able to deal with the dispute internally in the family. So when I'm going to the PBDT, I'm going to the PBDT because I'm saying, look, I've tried to resolve this internally, it's not happening. I've tried to resolve this with the regulatory of the political party, it's not happening. Now you guys, can you bring your legal space, and you're here specifically for political matters? Help us solve this dispute.
We sat here with John Cox a few months ago.
Yes.
And I think he told us one of the requirements of a political party, as you're opening one, is that in your constitution you have got to have a dispute resolution mechanism.
Yes.
He made it very clear.
Absolutely.
Like before hata mupatiwe cheti. Unataka kuniambia Jubilee ilipatiwa bila.
It doesn't. No. It was there. I think it got disbanded at some point, or some reorganization.
Okay.
And in fact, when we sat, the day we sat for a meeting at Jubilee, the legal person had gone with asked on the table, is this are you guys meeting with us as the dispute resolution mechanism of the party? They said no.
Okay.
And even in their document, they have tried to show like there is no dispute. We're not dealing with this as a dispute. Why? Because when it becomes a dispute, then ideally it's supposed to be dealt with within a certain frame. So if you don't accept it's a dispute, then nobody is going to challenge you to use your mechanism to deal with it. And because I know for a fact that there is actually no dispute mechanism in the party, they don't want to accept that there's a dispute that exists, because then John Cox is going to ask them, so why don't you guys have a dispute resolution mechanism in the party? And again, this now is useful, not just for me, because you see, my dispute is mine.
Yes.
Somebody else could have a totally different issue.
Yeah.
Where are they going to take it? I have the capacity, because I have been member of parliament. I have a bit of a public personality. So when I raise a question, it becomes an issue. But there are other members, ordinary members, who don't have the same space.
True.
They need to be able to take their dispute somewhere. So I'm hoping that by the end of this process, all the institutions that are supposed to exist to deal with this issue will also have been re-energized. And
okay,
well, it's not just about me. It's also about processes and institutions and constitutions. Actually, my issue is, this is not about fighting the party or fighting, and I want to keep emphasizing this. I'm not fighting Jubilee. I'm not fighting Matiang'i. I'm not fighting Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm not fighting an individual. I'm saying I'm a member of a party.
Okay.
Decisions are being made in this party that affect me. Like last week, there was a major conversation. There's even a letter that was released by the so-called United Opposition that they're going to field one candidate in Olkalau.
Yes.
At the moment, we have at least two candidates from this United Opposition. There's a DCP candidate and there's a Jubilee candidate. And the question I'm asking, so that decision, it was being presented like it was a fait accompli. It's done. We are going to present one person.
Yeah.
Then I'm a member of Jubilee, and I want to know first, at what point have you guys agreed that you're only representing one person? You're presenting one person. Second, how are you going to make the decision of the person? And then I understand, and I know because I even talked to the candidate, our candidate in Olkalau. There was a lot of pressure to ask him to step down.
Oh,
they spoke to the Jubilee candidate.
They were trying to get him to step down.
So this idea of having one candidate
is to step down the Jubilee candidate. And I'm like, so what are you guys doing? This is the second time you're doing it. And you see now, as an aspirant in the Jubilee Party, and I speak for many aspirants because I've been speaking to many of them.
Yes.
The fear we are now, the very real fear to us, anybody who wants to run on Jubilee, is what is going to stop that from happening to you?
Because
in 2027, or should the by-election occur in your constituency or in your ward? What is going to stop you from going? You've been a member of Jubilee, for example. Kibu has also been a member of Jubilee for a while. There was a gentleman called, was the guy in Mbere? I will remember his name at some point. Who had also been a member of Jubilee. He had run, he had applied. As a member, you have a right to buy.
Yeah.
right, under the party. So you've exercised your right, you've gone and paid whatever fees you're supposed to pay, you've gotten a certificate from the party to go and buy. Then at some point, the certificate is withdrawn. You have no idea how that process has been done, how that decision has been made. So what's going to stop Ngunjiri Wambugu, who wants to vie for Nyeri Town MP in 2027, God willing, going through the entire process, getting nominated as a aspirant, as a candidate now, because you're no longer an aspirant. When you get a certificate, you're no longer an aspirant. You're not a candidate.
You're the Jubilee candidate.
You're not the Jubilee candidate for whatever seat you're running for. And then you get the certificate and you go and start doing your campaigns. Then at some point you hear a decision has been made, we're going to withdraw your certificate because we believe the person who should run for this seat is from that party. You see, now that is a fear.
Yes.
Very, very live fear that I am dealing with and we are dealing with in the Jubilee Party. And that fear, I'm sure, applies not just to Jubilee Party members, because even there was another party that will do his candidate in Olkalau. I'm not going to get into that one because I don't belong to that party. Okay. But if you're in a political party, you want a certain predictability. You want to make decisions because you know this happens. If I get here, I can get here. If I get here, I can get here. You don't want to be moving on a road and then somebody just removes the carpet from under your feet, and that is the issue we're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean that structure. And I know you mentioned this the last time you were here, but really, surely, you want to tell me that those guys are not seeing it the way you're seeing it? Now, the problem we're having is this. So, and you want to ask, who are those guys? By those guys. Because you see, my understanding is we have, for example, we have several deputy party leaders, we have a secretary general, we have a bunch of officials. There's a chairman, right? There's a chairman, there's a party leader himself. Yes. And none of this is a newbie in this business. A lot of them are people who've run for office, been elected, from the highest office in the land all the way. So the question you want to ask, ama tumeachana na hii chama, because the question is, why are we doing things like this? If even just a random person who is not politically inclined can see there's something wrong with this. You are career politicians, you have been elected, you run for elections, won or lost, and you can't see there's something wrong with giving a candidate a certificate and then withdrawing it a week or a month to an election, then there's something wrong with the entire institution. And that's the question now. That's why I'm challenging that institution. I'm challenging and asking, this is our party. I'm a member of this party. I have been a faithful member of this party. Are you telling me that if I aspire to run for office, there's no predictability about whether I'll actually get to the ballot? There should be a predictability. I should know that if I qualify, if I pay the nomination fees, if I present myself to be nominated, if I go for nomination, whether it's nomination by mchujo, ama consensus, once we finish and I get a certificate, it's not entirely up to me to get myself to the ballot box. And of course, I'm going to expect the party to support. An interesting thing again happened last week. You talked to the people around the candidate in Olkalau. Yes. He was supposed to get materials to, capes and merchandise to go, and just distribute as part of presence creation. And then someone tells him, no, we can't give you because it has to go with the deputy party leader to Meru. Yeah. Because Matiang'i was in Meru for 3 days. So some of the merchandise that the party had went to Meru. So you're asking, but we're not doing anything in Meru. We have no election in Meru. I mean, really, Matiang'i is already a brand by himself. If we only have kidogo material, it is more useful in Olkalau than in Meru. Same thing had happened the week before when the candidate is going to present his papers at all, and I talked about that. Yes. He's going to present his papers at Olkalau, but there's a Jubilee meeting in Kiambu. The Jubilee meeting in Kiambu is very well branded, capes and t-shirts and scarves. But the candidate in Olkalau doesn't have any merchandise. And you're asking, what are our priorities? Yes, it's important to have a well-branded meeting where the party leader is attending. But you have a candidate. Active. Who is vying. An active election candidate. An active election happening. Isn't the priority to move that material to the candidate? Yes. So the questions now that arise is, who is making the decisions? I don't even it's Matiang'i who is making the decisions to move material to Meru. Right? I don't see Matiang'i sitting down and saying, "Apana, musipatie candidate, wacha niende nayo." So somebody sat and decided it was more important to send
the limited resources to Matiang'i in Meru
as opposed to the candidate
in Olkalau.
Okay.
Who is this who is making that decision? Because that's the person who is completely sabotaging the party.
Whether knowingly or unknowingly.
So when I ask those questions, those are the questions I'm looking for answers for. Actually, my issues all along from the beginning was who is making decisions in our party.
Maybe perhaps, and I could be wrong on this, because if it were me sitting where you are, I would be saying, I'm a kitu wa shamu ni DCP nenda nayo. So all this is just theater drama.
I asked that question. Because you see, I also want to be prepared. I don't want to continue investing and staying in Jubilee and coming to shows to defend it and explain it. And then hii chama tushafunga. So I asked boss, simtuambie, if you guys have zoned
this thing,
our region, you know, there was a rumor that, we're going to zone, a certain party is going to belong to a certain party, a certain party is going to belong to a certain party. Simseme tu mapema. But if you come from that zone that your party doesn't apply,
you don't
ujipange.
You then know what to do.
Yes, you know what to do.
You can
either going to go to that party you have been told you have to go to, or run as an independent, or challenge that decision.
Yes.
Because if you're telling, like, for example, go back to Olkalau, why would you allow Kigwa to go to the ballot?
Yes.
I mean, really, why would you stop him? This is a guy who's already committed himself to go to the ballot. Why would you try and discourage him? Now I hear there's a suggestion that, we'll do a technical scientific research in 2 weeks that will determine
who's popular,
who's more popular. I'm like, that people change, elections change even the night before.
Even I can change my mind at the ballot.
Even the guy who's ahead can go and say something stupid to women in the market the day before elections, and the thing just flips. So why are you assuming that that the candidate who is a weak candidate now can't be strong in 2 weeks and vice versa?
And in politics, 2 weeks is a long time.
It's a very long time. I'm telling you, elections have flipped.
In politics, 5 minutes is
a very long time. You can go and do something. You can actually you got carried away the night before your elections and thought you had won and went drinking in the village and insulting people, and you lose the election.
You are a truthful man.
Yes, I do try.
No, you are. In all honesty,
yes,
is Jubilee as popular as it was last year same time?
No.
So is it possible that Olkalau imeenda?
It is. It is quite possible that Olkalau has gone, and if it has gone, a lot of the reason it has gone is mismanagement, not the candidate. Actually, of all the candidates who presented themselves in Olkalau, the Jubilee candidate is the one who can comfortably stand up and give evidence of stuff he has done in Olkalau even without being in office. The other candidates are either running on the party or on the association with the previous member of parliament. This is a guy who is saying, I have done, he's an engineer, he does water system. So he has on his own violation gone and helped set up water systems in particular places in the constituency. So with the right, if we had done this right from day one and taken off without this confusion that is there, and the party had stood with him from day one, he would be doing much better than he's doing now.
Okay.
So could he lose this election? It's always possible when you are the strongest candidate, but the odds have been against him through no fault of his own. And the faults that have come up have had everything to do with the mismanagement of the party at the secretariat level.
Okay.
And now the question becomes, at what point do we stop this? You know, mnasemanga mtu ukiona mwenzao ananyolewa hata wewe unaanza
chako kitie maji.
Yes. So me, I don't want to tear mine. I'm not ready to get shaved. So I'm like, guys, you're shaving this guy by force. Me, I don't want to be shaved. Can we?
Nashua, can I ask this question?
Yes.
What would it take to revive Jubilee to make it a strong party?
Actually, just this back to the basics. What I'm doing. You know, the most powerful structure of the Jubilee Party is a delegates convention. The delegates convention is built from grassroots. Now, one of the problems we have as a party is that we haven't done grassroots elections for a bit, right? So our delegates are maybe 4 or 5 years back. Now, there are 4 or 5 years back when our party was very strongly associated with people who went to UDA, right?
Yes.
Or even before that. So the first thing we need to do is clean our party from grassroots.
Okay.
Going up. Hold grassroots elections, get delegates, take the delegates into a room and make decisions. City, you are going to be the party leader. The delegates have decided. Not me and Paul here. Tunasema huyu jamaa anaongea vizuri. That's not how it's done. You know. Now the problem we are having in Jubilee right now is that a small cartel of guys who don't even have clear political objectives themselves. You know, people retired, and it's not about the party leader. I want to deliberately remove him from this equation.
He is not being referred to in any way.
Yes, this is a group around him, former members of parliament, people who call themselves the president's men.
You know? Oh, they do?
Yes.
Okay.
Who then believe it is their responsibility to decide the legacy of the president's party and where it should go and how it should operate and who should take over what position. They have decided that this party is going to go the way we want, or they've decided they know what Uhuru wants, or they've decided. Do you get what I'm saying? You know?
I get what you're saying, but what you're telling me with great clarity is that they have one thing they have understood with great clarity is how to kill a party.
Actually, that they are doing perfectly, but they are telling us they are not killing it.
Oh, they're killing it.
They are killing it.
They're killing it.
And you see, I'm shouting now from the rooftop and saying, you guys are killing this party. So that should it die, in the unfortunate circumstances it dies, I'll be able to say, and I had said this party was going to get killed. Niliwa won. Like, for example, should things go wrong in Olkalau, I will be there saying, Niliwa won.
Aki, mweshio kitu naona iki. Hiyo mimi, wacha sasa niongee kama tu mtu anakuanga huku nje.
Unaangalia vile now, see now, and you're going to be here saying, lakini si basi tukubali tu juu imeenda tuache. I'm like, no. You can't. You see now, you're justifying the decision you wanted to make from the beginning by the sabotage you have done. So you've sabotaged the process. You know, let me tell you, you listen to some of the things that have happened in the process of that candidate getting to the point he has gotten to, and the challenges he has faced. In fact, a lot of us aspirants have decided we're going to come together at the end of this month. Tutachanga, tutampatia kile tutakuwa nayo.
Mna support campaign.
We support him as our colleague aspirant. See, boss, wewe ndio uko kwa kiwanja sahi,
cheza kama wewe.
We look for time before the elections. We go to the ground and try and do what we can, because you see, the fact that the party is refusing to do it doesn't mean we don't exist.
Then I take back my words. Agenda
mukimsaidia. No, agenda. We're going to put our best foot forward. We're going to go in there and see what we can do. Okay. But the party could have done much better. The party can still do much better. You know, I don't like Zach Kinudhia for many things, but he's doing a good job. He's gone out there into the ground and he's actually trying to stand with the candidate. But he's a deputy secretary general. I think he's the highest official who has gone to the ground.
Okay.
You know, we have a lot of other officials more senior, and I'm asking them, what is the most important thing you can be telling us you are doing at this time than going to Olkalau to campaign for a candidate? There can't be a bigger job you're doing.
Help me understand now that we're talking about the mountain and central region, basically. I understand it from three perspectives. So we have three groups, because it is no longer a monolithic block, but you can correct me.
Yes.
There is the faction that is definitely anti-Kenya Kwanza government, largely led by Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Then we do have the ones who are for government. I wouldn't know how big or small they are. Then we have the other side that is led by President Uhuru Kenyatta. Am I right so far?
Finding its space.
Yeah.
There's somebody who said that in Kenya you have no term, one term, and two term.
Okay.
This is actually what you just defined. No term were us guys. We're the ones who had said that this government should not even have gotten a term.
Okay.
One term akina Gachagua, who
wasema malize waende.
Walileta hii serikali wakakosana.
Yes.
Wanataka sasa imalize hii term iende. Alafu, of course, now they're the two-term people who
Akina Ishungwa
who want to go back for another term, and so those are the three categories. Yeah. Somebody was saying there's another longer term group saying, can we look at this from a longer perspective?
Why? Which perspective?
But that group doesn't. It's just a few theoreticians.
Let me ask, longer perspective in Uganda, how does it manifest?
You see,
what does it longer term look like?
The question, like now, I have seen one of the newspapers, KTN, saying that there is a high possibility that the deputy presidential candidate for the opposition is going to come from Western. Right?
Yes.
So I would want to hear how Gachagua is going to come and convince Mount Kenya people that we are not running for president. We are not running for deputy president. But we are going to support this group against a government. The president is not from Mount Kenya, but the deputy president is associated with Mount Kenya. We remove those guys and put this one where we are not in the top two. You know, so sometimes when you're thinking about a longer perspective, that's what you're thinking about. Okay, I don't like either of these options. But you know, now talking like a practical politician, the question you, and I've had Kindiki time to explain this. Mimi ni wa Tharaka. As much as you don't want to accept that Tharaka is Mount Kenya, and I am number 2 to Ruto. So unless you opposition people get a number 2 from Mount Kenya, I am already ahead. That's the first step. Second step, Ruto, even if Ruto comes back, he's coming back for 1 term. So he's coming back for 5 years. So I have 5 years before I can contest to run for presidency. You guys want to form a government for 10 years and you don't have a Mount Kenya person in number 1 or 2. So Kindiki is arguing, so you let me just stay, you support me, we go for 5 years, nijipange, I'm closer to the front than anybody else. So there are a lot of conversations that are going to happen. Unfortunately, the emotions that are being raised don't allow those conversations to happen. Right? But yes, you have the no term, 1 term, 2 term brigade. Right? And Mount Kenya has never really been monolithic in terms of politics. Even in 2027, even in 2022, for example, we had 1.1 million votes that went to Raila. 1.1 million votes.
Is it possible that those were other ethnicities living within?
But you see now, when you categorize in blocks,
you categorize the region
in regions.
All right.
Because even the 3.5 that went to Ruto could also be made the same argument. They might not all have been Mount Kenya people, but they came from the region.
I agree.
So you have out of 4 point something, approximately 25% went to one person, 75% went to another. So already there was a split. Now, in 2027, the way it's going, the splits might be bigger, right? Why? Especially if we do not have a presidential candidate who is directly associated. And now, right now, there's none. Nobody is actually selling a presidential candidate. They are selling an anti-presidential candidate. So the campaign in Mount Kenya right now is anti-Ruto. It is not pro-Ruto. Anybody else. In 2022, the campaign Akina Gachagua ran was pro-Ruto. They even called him a Kikuyu name. They said he's actually one of us. I always remember a video of Gachagua somewhere saying, now they have a Baba. Baba is now William Ruto that time. So they associated the region with Ruto. 2027, nobody's trying to associate the region with any particular candidate.
Why?
I don't understand, because Matiang'i would have been a perfect way if we had run him as Jubilee to say he belongs to the party that comes from the region. So he is ours. And I think that's what scares the competitors to Matiang'i, because if Matiang'i was to carry that, he would carry the Kisis and a large section of Mount Kenya that is under Jubilee. So the people who don't want that to happen are like, okay. Because we have to be honest, we are still a very ethnic-sized political nation. Country, we still look anywhere to Akohapo.
Yeah, but that ethnicity, it is always discussed as though it's something negative, and it isn't.
It's not.
Actually, it is not. You see, if you look at these so-called parties in the West, Labour Party, Conservative Party, what have you, they're ethnic. Who do you think are the people who lead the Conservative Party? Ni kabila moja, the landed gentry and their ilk. Those fellows are all related in one way or the other. If you look at the strongholds of the Labour Party, it's in places where there was interest. Yes. So the point being this: if that is the way by which people already forget even identify, it's just an identification, and that's how you vote. Mimi sina shida na hiyo at all. Galvanizing people from your so-called ethnic backyard. You know, when people complain, I marvel at the contradiction. Already, when you look at our members of parliament, how do we elect them exactly?
Exactly like that.
When we elect our MCs, how exactly do we elect them?
Same way.
And then somebody, you see, the presidency is now
is a culmination,
yes, of all these things. So the discussion about, it shouldn't be this way, by all means let it be. The point being this: tolerance is created and is institutionalized when people are able to cross their own ethnic boundaries and move on to other people's. That's how you create a tolerant nation. this ability to maneuver and this ability to have beyond your own ethnicity people who can chime in. But we've had it in this country. That's the whole point. All the major political parties are not one ethnic group. They are a mixture of ethnic groups.
True.
And that is the beauty of this thing we call our democracy and our political system. However, the thing we haven't been able to circumvent is how it is that much as this thing is useful, it is the one thing that guarantees that the citizenry do not get what they want, because the entire political discourse is about how to win, who to leave out. Yes.
Actually, like Muhesh started by saying,
yes,
it's about anti
this
particular individual.
Yes. And at any position and any point in that conversation, you do not hear what the Mwananchi is getting. You don't hear the benefits. And when you actually ask, like this group that refers to themselves as the United Opposition, they will tell you with great clarity. I like people who do not entertain shame. They tell you very clearly, no, our agenda is to get rid of this person first.
Yeah.
They say, actually, no. If you want the highest office in the land, you must tell us what you're going to do with it.
And who you're replacing him with?
Yes, exactly. You have to tell us.
It's not a vacuum. You don't remove him. Then when it is vacant, you start discussing.
No.
You swap. It's a swap.
Yes.
You remove as you put.
Yes.
And there's a very strong effort within sections of the opposition not to have that conversation of who you are swapping with.
Because
and then they keep saying, no, let's not first discuss it now. Let's first remove him. And I'm like, no. There's some people, and I said last week, if you tell me, actually, it wasn't here, it was another show, I said, if you tell me you're replacing Gachagua with Ruto, I will vote for Ruto. I said, no, wacha Ruto akae. Wacha akae, amalize. Because Gachagua at this moment in time is a lot worse than Ruto. So telling me that tunatoa Ruto tuweke Gachagua, I'll be like, boss, wacha afanye 2 term. Kama 1 term ni Gachagua, wacha Ruto afanye 2. Now, because they know some people will say that, they don't want to have the conversation right now about who we are replacing
so
with.
That is what you guys are avoiding.
So you avoid. No. You know, if you tell people it's Gachagua, Western will go, Nyanza will go, Coast will go. So first don't say it's Gachagua. If you say it's Kalonzo, guys will be like, Abana,
the rest will also go.
So let's first just say it is all of us removing Ruto. But all of you are not going to sit on that seat.
But isn't that then? You're just postponing a problem.
And they are hoping that by postponing it, by the time the problem has to be solved, to be a crisis, so you will all agree. Wacha huyu ashikilie. There's no for shikiliaing. But you see, that's where they want, and you'll hear that conversation. You keep saying, tell us who you as opposition want to remove Ruto. Unataka tuweke nani? Hapana. We are not discussing that now. Atanunuliwa. I'm like, kama anaweza nunuliwa, huyo wachana na yeye. Because if you tell me it is Paul and then he's bought, that he was not, I mean, it's like telling me, no, we will not say Ngunjiri is running for MP in Nyeri town in 2027. Mapema, juu anaweza nunuliwa. Boss, kama anaweza nunuliwa, then I'm not the candidate.
Isitoshe,
na chances za ushanunuliwa.
You can be elected and bado unanunuliwa.
Yes, kama utasema sahi, what will stop you from being bought after you're elected? Or even at that point, at the end.
The funny thing is, if Kalonzo is to be bought, then he's already bought. If it is Gachagua, he's already gone. If it is Matiang'i, my friend, hiyo ilienda kitambo. So whether you say it now or later,
yes.
My
so
friend,
this confusion of no, let's first stay united, so that we first remove Ruto, it's a hoax, because you can't tell us we will stay together to remove Ruto and then not tell us when you remove Ruto, who among you we are putting. So you tell us, no, tumefanya. So we first agree between you who is going to be Ruto's competitor. Ili tukubaliane.
So we
after we now agree, then we now go and remove Ruto. You want us to do it the other way around. It's like it's like that seat. We remove you. We leave it vacant. We discuss. Then Abana, it doesn't work like that.
Where has it worked like that?
It's never worked like that. And that is that's taking advantage of you don't want us to dissect the candidate, because if we are saying Ruto is bad and he went through 35 years of politics to get here, and we didn't see him. We didn't see that badness. So you tell us now who the candidate is. We first,
so we can see the badness now.
Now, tuone, because we want to compare. hii ubaya ya Ruto
na ubaya ya
na huyu mwingine
ni gani?
Because sometimes you see, you need to sit down and say Ruto is coming back for 5 years. Tushakula mbaya 5. Right? Tumebakia 5. Sawa. Huyu anataka kuja miaka 10. Kama huyu ni mbaya, if he is worse than Ruto, we'll have 10 bad years worse than Ruto's. So we first just agree. Hii mbaya, afadhali hii mbaya itumalize nayo iende, we give ourselves another 5 years to get another guy. If the people who are there are not working, tutafute mwingine in 5 years, Ruto amalize aende. You know, or if you have a candidate like me, for when we began our campaign, I was like, hey, Matiang'i can do this. Matiang'i can be a much better candidate than Ruto now. But I'm watching him being carried away by Gachagua and being managed and intimidated. I'm like, lakini ama. And you see, that's why it's important to look in advance. Because when Matiang'i, and let's be very, very honest, when Matiang'i became people started talking about him, Gen Z, everybody was like, yeah. But over time, you can see that excitement is fading. Pole. Why? He's not coming out on his own. He's not, you don't see him. And I feel he's been played. Me now, my personal bias is that he's been played by Gachagua. Gachagua doesn't want us to analyze Matiang'i by himself. He wants us to analyze all 3 of them together. You know, when you have 3 people, then you take the lowest common denominator. So this guy is very good, this guy is very bad. So ukiwaweka pamoja, wako hapa katikati. Huyu ako mzuri sana anateremka, huyu ako mbaya sana anapanda. So you see, the one who is bad is the one who benefits because he is brought up. You understand?
But what I find what I find strange, you are the politician here, explain this to me. Everything that people will say about Ruto, and most of the conversation we hear and is peddled very adequately and very vigorously, is the faults and the weaknesses and the failures of this particular government. But this is the only man who actually campaigned on a ticket of issues. You may not agree with the issues, you may not like the issues, whatever the case, but that's what he did. And it ushered in a completely different era of our politics. Issues. When somebody goes and even signs charters, that is a man who has given the concept of a social contract new meaning. So, and he actually set in motion the very platform that he himself is being attacked with.
Yes.
Ni kama alijiuza yeye na mapema. But he raised issues and he spoke on them and documented what they want to do. Why is it that the political class have difficulty talking about issues? Issues that affect, not issues, issues they talk about, but they are not issues that actually influence the betterment of the lives of the citizenry. They do not address those things.
Because it's hard, first. Let's be honest. Talking issues is harder than telling people this guy is not Kikuyu. You know, when we have to, and it's unfortunate it happens in politics, because in most other places, we will look at your qualifications. If we look at your qualifications first, if you guys are equally qualified, is now when we start looking at extraneous other things,
experience,
what, you know, gender, other things. But the first thing we look at, qualifications. So if you're looking for a certain job and we need a certain degree, we'll first get people with that degree as a basic qualification. And then now start saying, oh no, we want a woman or we want a man, tunataka mtu ya Mount Kenya. But we can't start with tunataka mtu ya Mount Kenya. And then you now start filling in there. Now in politics, that's now unfortunately the conversation we keep having. And it's interesting that you say Ruto introduced issues, because even today he's still trying. It's time to say no, you guys stop saying one term, stop saying Ruto must go, stop saying si mkuje mseme mpango yenyu. So you don't like SHA, what is your plan? You don't like the housing, affordable housing, what is your plan? But you see, and to a certain extent, we've gotten carried away in a personality conflict, right? If we were to get away from the bitterness and the anger we have again a certain political personalities, and just sit and say, what do I want? Now the politicals who are speaking right now don't want us to say that, don't want us to get to the point where we say, take a step back and ask, what works for me as Ngunjiri, who is not a politician, who is a business person, who has children in school, who has what do I want? Who among these people can give me that thing? They don't want us to have that conversation. They want us to have a conversation of who is from my tribe, who is fighting my enemy. First, you define for me an enemy. That may not be my enemy. I keep telling people,
yes,
we don't know where Ruto and Gachagua became friends. We don't know where they fell out. But now we have been pulled into that conflict to an extent where we have been pulled into the bitterness of one person against the other one. Or we have been asked to defend one person against the other one. So people are telling us, no, defend Ruto against Gachagua. And I'm like, why? Mimi sijui walikosania wapi. Or you're telling me, attack Ruto on behalf of Gachagua. And I'm like, why? Ni wanaume wawili, mimi sijui walikosania wapi. You know, but that's what we are being pulled into. And then when you say, no, let's ask ourselves, what did Gachagua do for me? Or what can Gachagua do for me? What can Ruto do for me? You're told, no. Don't think like that. This is a bad man. Why? Because he lied to me. No, it's you he lied to, not me. Can you first talk about where he lied to me? Yeah, he promised you he's going to give you this. Can we interrogate whether he gave me and how much he has given me? If we were to have that kind of conversation that is based on policy and issues, our discussion would be different. But and I think this is a problem of our opposition for a long time. Our opposition assumes they will oppose everything. I saw an MP from Western saying he's going to oppose a finance bill, and he hasn't read it. He actually said in a political rally, mimi sijasoma lakini naenda kuangusha. So Wetangula was making fun in parliament and saying, this is very bad. You're here, that finance bill has your salary, it has your benefits, you're telling people utaangusha na hujasoma. Si hata uangalie kama iko na kitu mzuri uangushe ama you get. So but because you've taken a position, anything presented by this government is bad. Anything presented by opposition is good, or vice versa. So there are people in government who will never see anything wrong with government.
Yes.
Even when it's hitting you in the face. There are people in opposition who will never see anything wrong with opposition, even when it is right in your face. Now, that can't be leadership. You have to be able to sit here and say, enyewe, government, hapa mumeanguka. And it's always easier when you criticize from inside. Like now, the reason I'm being hard is because I'm in Jubilee. If I was not in Jubilee, telling Jubilee that you guys, your institutions are bad, you are about to withdraw a candidate, people will be like, how is that your business?
They would dismiss you.
Yes, how is that your business? So the people, for you to grow and reform anything, criticism, the best criticism is done from inside. So in opposition, we need people saying, man, our narrative can't be one term. That can't be what we're selling to Kenyans. It might be attractive, it might be fun, but kuna pahali tutachengwa. Na pahali tutachengwa tu, because kuna pahali Ruto atafika 2027 hapa kabla ya elections aseme mimi narudi one term.
Okay.
Si mnataka one term?
So he has used that one term.
Narudi one term.
That's it.
Na ni guarantee. Constitution inasema mimi yangu peke yangu ni one term. Ni unataka kurudi. Hawa wanataka kwenda two term. Kwa hivyo akifanya makosa ni makosa ya 10 years. Yangu nikifanya makosa ni makosa ya miaka 10. Now if I was Ruto's advice, that's what I would tell him to do. As you get closer to the election,
you've already told his advisors, and they have heard you.
They have heard.
Yes.
He can actually take the one-term narrative and run with it. All he needs to do is wait until just before the election and say, you guys put me back. Imagine I'm only going back for one term.
And there
I swear, I am going for one term. And you just take that song, they go one term, and you campaign with it the whole country.
Na unazunguka nayo.
Unagonga nayo ground.
Kwanza unakuja central unasema.
Watu wanasema nyewe Ruto anasema one term. Anasema one term.
Wacha tuchukue break kidogo. We do the news. Then when we return, of course, Mheshimiwa Ngunjiri Wambugu is still here with us, talking about the political landscape as far as the central region is concerned. I have questions about the influence of some of the key kingpins. Yes, some of the key leaders as far as the region is concerned and what their influence is as far as 2027 is concerned.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation. the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Advocate of the High Court, Professor PLO Lumumba, has criticized South African President Cyril Ramaphosa over what he termed rising xenophobic tendencies in the country. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Lumumba accused South Africans of targeting the businesses and properties of non-citizens, saying such actions amount to lawlessness and create a dangerous xenophobic atmosphere. He asked the South African leadership to take stronger action to prevent vigilantism and ensure that all disputes involving foreigners are handled strictly within the rule of law.
When this issue arose on the 6th day of March, I wrote a letter to President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Yes.
And my argument was South Africa is the anchor economy. Mr. President, don't allow vigilantism to be what defines how you deal with illegality. It is true that every country wants to document all visitors who are in their country. But you don't allow half-naked individuals to be running around the streets of Durban or Johannesburg, moving from shop to shop, trying to determine who is documented or who is not documented. And you don't allow them, particularly when you know that they are using derogatory terms, makwere kwere habane. They are telling Africans, leave. When I wrote that letter, I received several letters from South Africans. Some of them were very angry with me, and I responded to each one of them with history.
At least 7 people have been killed and 27 others critically injured in a major road accident at Salama along the Nairobi-Mombasa highway. The crash involved a bus, a truck and 2 private vehicles, and a motorcycle in a multi-vehicle collision on the busy highway yesterday night. Emergency responders worked through the night to rescue victims and clear the scene, while the injured were rushed to Sultan Hamoud Sub-County Hospital for treatment. Authorities are yet to establish the exact cause of the accident. Health experts are warning Kenyans against a rise in online health-related fraud, where unverified treatments and medical products are being promoted on social media platforms. The experts say many of the products being advertised have not been approved by the health authorities and could pose serious risk to users. They are urging consumers to verify medical information and seek treatment only from licensed health facilities and qualified health workers professionals to avoid falling victim to misinformation and fraudulent schemes.
I see it in Facebook that I'm treating arthritis, I treat erectile dysfunction, and some are saying I treat prostatitis. Those are AI fabricated images. They use my old videos online. I don't know how they get it. And then they use AI voice as if I'm the one speaking, defrauding members of the public who are, they don't even know what is happening. They tell them, when you watch this video clip, click this number and order now. So there are some funny medications people and patients are being sold to.
At least 3 people have been killed and 5 others injured after a powerful magnitude 7.8 earthquake struck off the coast of General Santos City on the southern Philippine island of Mindanao. The quake hit at 7:37 a.m. local time, triggering tsunami warnings across several countries in the region, including the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan. Authorities say most of the tsunami alerts have since been lifted as emergency teams continue to assess the impact of the earthquake and monitor the situation. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. Tuko naye Mheshimiwa Ngunjiri Wambugu. He is the former Nyeri Town MP. The conversation is around the future of politics and the road to 2027. But today we are focused. Last week we had that conversation about national politics. But I have always wanted to understand central region politics. Na kulingana venye Mheshimiwa alikuwa anatuambia hapa ni kama kuna honga na some theory, theorem. It could be Pythagoras. But now, let me start with a comment here from one of our listeners. This is DK. DK anasema, ahead of 2013, Ruto popularized the narrative that he didn't know who would be president, but knew who wouldn't. Now that same logic is being used against him. Could it be that this is what is happening? Because a lot of things that he used during his campaigns are also coming back to bite him in this particular campaign.
That theory is wrong. In 2013, Kibaki wasn't going back to office. So the seat was vacant. Right? We were looking, and this is the same. I see that mistake happening. I keep hearing people saying Ruto beat Uhuru. Ruto never beat Uhuru. Ruto did not defeat Uhuru.
I did not.
Uhuru was going home.
His term had come to an end.
Ruto defeated Uhuru's candidate
that
to take over from him.
Right.
I hear people saying Kibaki beat Moi. No. Kibaki never beat Moi. Moi's term was coming to an end. Then Moi had recommended me, I want Uhuru to take over from me. Kibaki beat Uhuru's, bought Moi's candidate.
Yeah.
The only comparison you need to make with that is 2017. And this is what I need people to figure. 2017, Uhuru was very active in his re-election bid because he was running again. The Uhuru you saw in 2022 is a very different Uhuru from the one you saw in 2017. Right? The Ruto we are seeing in 2022 is going to be very different from the Ruto we are going to see in 2032. The Ruto we are going to see in 2027 is very different from the Ruto we will see in 2032.
Okay.
God willing, if we get to that point. Why? Because now Ruto is fighting for himself. In 2032 or 2020, if he was leaving actually, if he had decided I'm not running again, you first take a step back. Uhuru took a step back from the election because now what he was trying to do is hand over to his preferred candidate. That didn't work. Right? Moi wanted to hand over to his preferred candidate. That didn't work. So the 2013 election when Ruto was going around saying I know who will not be president, it's possible to say that because that seat is vacant. At that time you can even say let's not get a candidate now, paka pale mwisho, because you have no one you're competing with who is on the seat. But when you have somebody on the seat who has state power, who has a track record, you can't start saying that tutaongea pale mwisho. We need to see who you are competing with this person because this person is already on the seat and is promising continuity. So you have to offer a complete contrast that is of benefit to me.
Okay.
And that is now the problem of 2027 or any election where an incumbent is coming back.
Okay. Help me understand the influence of Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki in the mountain region, because naturally I would think that perhaps in 2032, once President Ruto is done with his term, if indeed he is given another one, he would naturally leave it to Professor Kindiki.
Yes.
But we've been hearing, folks like Farouk Kibet saying that perhaps it's time to consider someone like Wetangula, and many other candidates saying that, you know what, we can consider even, I'm forgetting the name of this candidate. But the point here is, it's not really clear that it's going to be Professor Kindiki.
I think the first win for Kindiki is that the conversation about him being Ruto's candidate for 2027 has ended. There's already a conversation that anaweza tolewa.
Him being running mate.
Okay. With Ruto in 2027 seems to have just dwindled down. I mean, there was a major fight. Mombasa was claiming, Western was claiming. So now that seems to have now shifted
to 2030.
And I would not be surprised if that's what Farouk is doing. Shifting people's attention from 2027. Okay, you Western guys.
We
are thinking about you, but situmalize alafu tuwaachie. So what does that mean? Let's stop fighting about deputy president for 2027. Let's not rattle that box. Hii kitu ishapangwa, wacha tumalize
then tuwaachie.
So that shifts crosses us over 2027. Then now 2028 becomes a different ball game. Sasa hapo wanaume waingie kwa kiwanja wamenyane tujue ni aje. So Kindiki is an interesting candidate, and I sympathize with him sometimes. Kindiki was a preferred candidate for deputy president
in 2022.
And he lost that election, the election for lack of another word, within the UDA brigade in Mount Kenya, not because he didn't get votes, but because he didn't have a killer instinct. You know, when the minute Gachagua realized he was losing, he went ballistic. You know, people started burning tires in Madeira, and that conversion of Musponipatia. Kitaumana. So if Kindiki had that capacity and done that, he most probably would have been deputy president from day one.
Okay.
Then you have a situation, so he loses it, becomes Minister of Interior, does a pretty good job, by the way, because you don't, of course the Gen Z, the blot is going to be there, but then I sometimes wonder what any other Minister of Interior would have done in that kind of setting, because at that moment in time you're not operating as a politician, you're operating as a technocrat, right? And at that moment in time you're supposed to do certain things and not think about the political ramifications of the actions you're taking. And then Gachagua gets impeached, and they rearrange the 2022 dynamic and bring Kindiki back. Now Kindiki's problem right now is Gachagua. Actually not anybody else. Gachagua has made it his second job. First job is Ruto. Second job is to demean Kindiki at every opportunity he gets. Why? Because he wants to show Mount Kenya Kindiki is not man enough to represent our region. Guy has a soprano, he is a yes man. The same Gachagua who had told us some years back that he is a yes man. You know, you remember when he became president, he became deputy president, he said, mimi ni mtu ya yes sir. Ukiniambia how high jump, niko juu nauliza how high. So now why is he doing that? Why is he attacking Kindiki so in such a focused method? He has to make Mount Kenya doubt Kindiki's capacity to represent them. First, Kindiki comes from a minority Mount Kenya. He not only comes from the east, Mount Kenya East, which is a minority Mount Kenya, so to speak. He comes from Tharaka, which is a minority in Mount Kenya East. It's that story. So it's a minority of a minority. Yeah. In fact, to just give him free advice, if it was him, I would use the Gideon. You know, Gideon in the Bible came from the smallest tribe.
Benjamin.
Yes, came from Benjamin. Then from the smallest of the Benjamin tribes, and he was arguing me. If I was Kindiki, that's what I would be saying. I know I come from the smallest tribe among Mount Kenya, but God has given me this opportunity. Simuache nijipeleke. So Gachagua wants Mount Kenya to ridicule Kindiki and say this Mutharaka can't represent us. Now Kindiki unfortunately is also suffering from, if he tries to assert himself, he look like Gachagua.
Most definitely.
You get? So he's in a catch-22. If I start asserting myself, I'll start behaving like Gachagua, which is already an uncomfortable feeling for government. You can't be, we have had one Gachagua, we cannot afford another one. So he has to humble down, and in the process of humbling down, Gachagua continues to make fun of him. Unaona? Hata ananyang'anywa microphone. You know that incident alinyang'anywa microphone. Kama ni mimi, waninyang'anye. Wangeona. So you see, he's using the inherent challenges that Kindiki is facing in his position against him. So but I think Kindiki should build up on the argument of, guys, I am already inside. Hapa tutafuti. Tayari niko. Mimi ndiye number 2 sahi. Number 1 anamaliza in 5 years. Si niko karibu. That should actually be Kindiki's argument. I am already inside. So, and then he should also challenge. That's something that happened to Azimio, to Raila in 2020. Actually, that's what made the second position, the running mate position for Ruto, a guaranteed Mount Kenya. Because the minute Raila had Martha, you then can't come and take somebody from somewhere else. Because Mount Kenya itaenda. So Ruto had to get somebody from Mount Kenya. So if I was Kindiki, I would be making the same demand. watu ya opposition, nyinyi watu ya mlima, kama hawatapatia mtu ya mlima hii number 2 imeenda. So you now already remove if I was Kindiki, that's what I'd be doing. I would start challenging opposition. Sawa, si mnapanga na nasikia hamjapanga kabisa, lakini sisi kama watu ya mlima kama hatutaona mtu yetu number 1 ama number 2 imeenda. You see, once he positions that and he makes that his narrative, you are now forcing opposition to play your game. So this story of it can be Sifuna and it can be who sasa hiyo imeenda. Mkienda kwa Sifuna, Kindiki ashasema these guys don't care for us. Ukiona opposition wamechukua Matiangi na mtu ya pahali ingine, ama Kalonzo na mtu ya pahali ingine, sisi kama watu ya mlima hawatupendi. Hii kitu tuondokee. That's what Gachagua would have done. And Kindiki needs to learn, sometimes you learn even from your enemies. He now needs to start scripting. Hauna namba yake WhatsApp hizi story. Anasikiza.
Watu wako wanasikiza.
Anasikiza. I think I'm going to send a small ka invoice. Nikipatiwa nitawagawia. See, we have presented these solutions here. So nikiitwa niambiwe na hizo solutions zako ni mzuri, kuja nitawaambia na nitakuanga na watu wawili tunafanyanga nao.
Utatupatia facilitation.
Itafanya yenyewe tumefanya pamoja.
So the influence of Professor in the region currently, in your opinion, if we were to compare it against anything of which I do not know what it would be, but what does he have influence in the region?
He does have influence, but because you can't really assume his office. True. He is the deputy president.
Yes.
He has a capacity to make things happen. He has a capacity to convene. He has a capacity to facilitate. Maybe the challenge is how he's using it. The capacities that come with his office are there, whether he uses them or not. Now the question is, how is he using them and to what end? And as I said, he has the same capacities Gachagua had. Right? Everything. He has the threats hanging over him that if he behave like Gachagua, out. So he has to walk a very thin line of self-assertment, balanced self-assertment and humility and being a number 2. He has to walk that line because that's where Gachagua failed. So if he learns how to walk that line, his influence can actually be leveraged up. Right now, I honestly don't think he's using it. He's not leveraging it effectively. And that's why he looks like he doesn't have any influence. Because he's not pushing himself as a Mount Kenya person. Hopefully he'll do it as we get closer to the election, because that's also the only reason his position is secure. The reality of our ethnic politics, and I liked what City said, and we forget that our constitution actually factors in that we are an ethnic nation. And that is why they came up with 50% plus 1. It forces you that it doesn't matter how big you are as a community, you cannot. We know Moi, before 50% plus 1, Moi needed to just split everybody else into 15 small groups.
Yeah,
that's it.
And make sure his group is the biggest of the 15, and he would win.
So he just needed a simple majority.
It could be, there's a time he won with 30% of the vote. But today, you cannot win with 30% of the vote. So what that means is that you must do your calculations. You must look for that percent, which is, so Mount Kenya might give me what? 20%. I need another 30. So niende coast, nipange hiyo, nipatie nani, niende western. Kama hawa itakuwa the same, they're not going to be one united block, nichukue block moja. Niende nitafute Wakamba. So by default, our constitution actually makes our politics ethnic.
Okay.
Right? And we need to stop pretending we are not. That's what it does. The issue is our leaders then rubbish the ethnicity into something else. You see, we should be saying, us as Mount Kenya people, we want good roads. We want good money for our coffee and tea. We want, we have certain things that are specific to us. We make that our agenda. Then you come and tell us how you will meet our agenda. Then you go to Western. Miwa. We have a conversation about sugarcane. What you will do. You are speaking to an ethnic group, but you are speaking to a sector or an economic bloc. But it's an ethnic group. Then you go to coast. We have historical injustices that are very specific to coast regions. Then we speak to those ones. In each of those, all your narratives, you're actually speaking to an ethnic community, but you're speaking to them on an issue. Then you bring those issues to the table. You make the way Raila had done, it was the most perfect way he'd ever done it.
Yeah.
when he had done the Pentagon.
Yes.
He had picked an issue, personalized it around a person, and brought it to the table. So Norman Nyaga, Joseph Nyaga will take care of you, Mount Kenya people. And I think that's where he lost it, because Joseph didn't have the...
It's called gravitas.
Yes. Right? But he had got it. He had gotten Ruto. Rift Valley, you guys have issues. Ruto ilati. Unaona kama Ruto anaweza? Anaweza. Akikuja kwa meza mko sawa? Sawa. So he had that conversation. He failed with Mount Kenya, because he never came and asked Mount Kenya whether Joseph can articulate. Had he gotten somebody from Mount Kenya who Mount Kenya had given him, rather than him who he had chosen for himself, he would have carved that thing. So if we understand that, and then we stop being lied to by politicians that we vote for a Kikuyu because he's a Kikuyu. You don't have to be a Kikuyu to deliver to Kikuyus. Right? But then that's now where we're losing this opposition conversation. You want us to vote for what interests them Mlima, but you don't want to articulate them. You don't want us to articulate. Unasema watu ya Mlima wamefukuzwa kwa serikali. The second person in government, mtu ya Mlima. CDF, mtu ya Mlima. IG, mtu ya Mlima. 7 CSs, Mlima. 15 PSs, Mlima. So you're lying to us. Head of the arm of, yani, out of the 3 arms of government, you are running one your second, the other one your first. Mother Kome, Mlima. So can we have we first have a candid conversation. Kama Mlima, if we have all these people and our interests are not being taken care of, then it is not the fault of government.
No, it is not the fault of the president.
Ni sisi hatujajipanga. I have a lot of respect for the Somali community. Kama kuna watu wanajua kujipanga.
Yes.
Somali community. Why? Because them they sit and they think as a community.
And they agree.
We have serious grievances. Tumetoka mbali. We've had Wagala. So them they already have a certain fear of government. So when they come to government, they first forget clan warfare, they forget their differences, they sit like Somalis. Ikikuja kwa Somali tutagawanya. Tutajua kama ni hii clan ama hii clan. Lakini kwanza ikuje. Sisi tunasema hata kabla ikuje. Alafu tunasema hata si lazima ikuje. Hata tumekuwa nayo for a long time na haijatusaidia. Boss, that is now how our problems as Mount Kenya are raising, and we have to go back and say we are a political region, and we have political interests as a region. One of them is safety.
Yes,
we want to feel safe in this country. We don't want anybody or any government to come that will make us feel unsafe, that I can only do business in Nyeri. I want to be able to go to Mombasa and do business. I want to be able to go to Garissa and do business. So the government that is in place must guarantee me that. If they can't, then they must have one of my people in that government, and that person must be strong enough to shout wanapanga. So we must have somebody. That's a conversation we need to have. Then now Ruto or whoever or Matiangi must come and tell us, Msijali, we've got you guys sorted. Your agricultural issues. And you said Ruto did charters. The Mount Kenya people should be asking those charters, vitu yetu. Zilifika.
Because that's what the charters did. They specified what it is.
Yes. And unfortunately, as in our conversation, the opposition, but you see, the problem about the opposition, and we have to be honest here, Gachagua has become opposition, while Gachagua is actually government.
How so?
You see, Gachagua's capacities, he became who he is because he was deputy president of this government. His principal designate Secretary General is in UDA. You know, they say he's DCP, but he's in UDA. All his people, Jane Kehara, Methu, Karungo, are all in UDA. Hawajatoka. So they're still operating in the ambit of, why haven't they left? What if they don't leave? Tumejiuliza, what if they actually don't leave? You know, we keep saying wanasemanga tutatoka na wasipotoka.
But Mheshimiwa, who says history doesn't repeat itself?
Yes.
When President Ruto was a deputy and the Tanga movement, the people he was with were in government.
Yes.
They did not leave government.
They didn't leave government.
He himself was still deputy president.
And that's where Gachagua lost it. He should have stayed as deputy president. He should have known the boundary not to cross. So that you create your caucus inside government, use government to propel you to the next position.
Like Ruto did.
But you see also Ruto didn't do it in the first term.
No, he did not.
Because you can't do it in first term.
Actually, I feel like walikuwa wameshakosana by 2017.
Ni vile tu
hatukuambiwa. But niyo kitu tumesema either Ruto decided, you know what, let me just hold my horses for now. Then when I cross this line, when I cross this bridge, now we start dealing with the real issues.
Then Ruto is a smarter guy than Gachagua. Because Gachagua should have done the same thing. Immediately became deputy president, he should have said, najua tuko na vita. Wacha tumalize 2022. 2027. Tukimaliza namna hii. Mbaya. You see, when you do it in the first term, you are threatening Ruto. In second term, you are actually not a threat as much, because I'm going home anyway. So it's either we agree with you, I might bring somebody else. But in first time, you're threatening me as me. It's going to be hiyo vita itakuwa mbaya. And that's what has happened. That's why he actually ended up getting impeached. I hear people saying, Ruto, why didn't Uhuru impeach Ruto? And Ruto was as rebellious. But Ruto was rebellious in second term. Uhuru had no benefit in impeaching Ruto in second term.
Had he impeached him?
Had Ruto done what he did in second term in first term, Uhuru would have impeached him.
For sure.
Because you are challenging my re-electability. That one is not going to happen.
Something that has always puzzled me, Mheshimiwa,
yes,
about the class that you belong to, the political class.
We are good people, by the way, but please go ahead.
No. As a group, when you talk about the class,
yes,
I have absolutely no problem. I have a problem when they're elected in parliament. That's where my problems begin. But when they're just politicians,
yes,
how is it that it never occurs to them to understand that in their chosen line of work, there is nothing like bad press for politicians? The more you speak about someone, especially when you speak negatively, what you're doing is you make that person, you're popularizing the person. Raila Odinga was popularized throughout. And the people,
mainly by his enemies.
Precisely. They are the ones who, they made sure that man was in the headlines literally every other day.
Wamudende. Case study. Very few people knew who Wamudende is. The opposition made Wamudende the conversation. They made jokes about him. They made caricatures about him. I mean, he had free advertising as a candidate.
Absolutely.
You know, and I am. You see, people keep telling me, Ngunjiri, people are fighting you online. I'm like, boss, there's nothing like bad press in siasa. As you fight me, you are interrogating my thoughts, and all I need to do one day is to come to your side, right? And you will be like, yeah. And Raila learned that perfectly. Raila became an enemy until he became a friend.
Yes.
Then he became an enemy. Then he became a friend. And he would sustain himself on that cycle. If he realizes being a friend to you is of no longer of any benefit, he'd become an enemy. Then when being an enemy ran out of benefits, he'd become a friend. And that is how the politics is supposed to run. It's supposed to be run by interest. And we, as a nation and as voters, we must start getting as selfish as politicians are. Defend your interest. Defend exactly what you want. Like now, if you're going into the next election and you're asking yourself, you must ask yourself, who is going to help me directly as an ordinary voter if they get power at MCA level, MP level, president level. This story of being told vote for a suit is the most dangerous thing that will ever happen to you, because as you're voting for a suit, you're voting for one person, either the president or your governor. Then everybody else is sneaking in. Then you wake up and you have no arrangement, no agreement oversight with the person who automatically becomes
actually no traction whatsoever, and you actually have no say,
and you can't tell him anything. So me I don't even know you. Mimi si nilikuchagua? Hapana. Mimi kuna pali tulikati nikakuitisha kura? Hapana. So I don't owe you anything. So if voters could learn to interrogate each candidate based on your personal interest, let him, hata kama atakudanganya, let him danganya you on something that is important to you, not on something that is important to a politician from your region.
Yeah.
Then politicians are actually pretty smart people. Don't, as much as we may not look like that all the time, but we are generally smart. It takes a smart person to convince other people to give him a job. So most politicians at every level are generally smarter than average.
Yes.
If you raise the standard of what you expect from a politician, the politician will rise up to that standard. If you don't raise it, He'll operate with the pigs. You raise the standard and say, Apana, for you to lead us, we expect you to dress like this, to speak like this, to do this. If you raise that standard, that politician will rise to that standard.
Mheshimiwa, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Yes, indeed, people who aspire for political positions, by and large, may be intelligent to some degree, but there are those who stand out, and they stand out because, one, what they qualify and what they manifest as is that they are thought leaders. There are people who take their voters and those who have elected them to a completely different dispensation in understanding, one, what his or her office is, what is available for them, meaning even in their absence, those people are far, far better off in understanding what it is that is theirs by right and what it is they can benefit from. Essentially, it is something that will outlast him, irrespective of whether he's a one-term or two-term. Now, in my opinion, those are the truly sharp people. Now, the people who are wily or crafty, yes, to some degree, you could say they are intelligent, but the thing that makes a politician a real politician and a beneficial one is the one who is emotionally intelligent and can connect emotionally with the voter. Many of them do at the time they want to be elected, and then they lose it because they assume the voter isn't sharp, and yet the voter is far more observant than they realize.
Yes.
Now, when you lose that particular connection and you lose it by assuming things about your boss, who is your elector, and which isn't true, then I then have to question your intelligence, because if you truly were intelligent, then you would have had at least not a long-term view, a medium-term view, and understood that this is beneficial. I was being told a story of a gentleman who preceded you as an MP for Nyeri Town, somebody called Wahenya. That man is in Roysambu. In this last election, again, this voting that we have on political parties, they left him out. He'd been MP before. From what I'm told, is that people have gone to him. They are more or less asking for forgiveness, because they're saying, "Bana, we made a mistake, Bana. We should have thought of this way." Since we're talking about the region, I'm giving that example. I am told a story of a gentleman, the late the member, what was it, the MP for Kiamba, Njenga Karume. The time he lost an election, and immediately after the election, people went to him as they did every new year, because he would give bursaries, give school fees. And the story goes that he told them, actually, I'm no longer a member of parliament. What you need to do,
that's the guy.
That guy. In fact, I can arrange for you to get to him, but I am not the guy. What is it about the emotions that people have when it comes to an election, where they even divert from the things that benefit them? Clearly, this is of benefit to me. And they vote for someone because of the emotions of the moment. And then immediately after, the regret sets in.
Incidentally, it happened to me as well. Immediately after the elections, a couple of months later, first I got the opportunity to open a business right in the middle of Nyeri Town after I lost the elections. So I was there, so I didn't disappear. And then so we would bump into people, and then they would bump into me. In fact, I keep saying the success of my small kiosk selling chai and mandazi has a lot to do with now how people feel about me. And I'm very happy about it, because had I been a bad MP, my business would have collapsed.
And nobody would have come.
Guys come and still support, and they would come. I mean, teachers would come, different sectors would come and say, "Hey, Mahesh, we don't know what happened." We don't know what happened.
Amnesia.
In Kikuyu there's a word said nikwanjitanire, kulishikana. So guys come and tell me, and that conversation started like 6 months, and I was still healing. I'm like, no, you guys are hoaxes. You can't be. So now, the new guys start doing things, and then guys start comparing, and they're like, wow. So basaris, nini. So some of them would come, and then some of the people who used to work in my office started getting called. Nataka, my guys would tell them, but Taskers have left. Then we'd make fun. It's like they thought they would remove me and put the next guy with my system.
And the system would work.
And system would work. You know? So as you go into as you get into the next election, guys start saying, hey, we are going to be careful. But you can tell there's a lot of effort to grow another wave, emotional wave, that stops you from being careful again.
Yes.
And sometimes I tell them, they tell me, no, you should stop fighting so and so that we can vote for you. I'm like, so if I fight him, I'm going to become a bad MP. No, that's not what we are saying. But I'm like, boss, I'm speaking the truth. The same truth I spoke even the last time and you guys didn't agree. Then you came and told me I was right. Same thing I'm telling you. So, see, we do. So that thing is an interesting. So that intelligence issue is both from the voter to the person who is elected.
Yes.
And I keep saying people who are elected are representatives.
They are.
So if you have a bad wave, the people who will represent you will be the wrong ones. If you have a good political narrative going on, you get good leaders. And that history of Jenga Karume, of Dirango Ehenya, and a couple of other people, including the experience I'm going through, tells us the fortunate part about it is that waves tend not to repeat themselves immediately after that election. By 2027, I am 100% sure from history, from my understanding of how politics works, people will not allow a wave again because it has hurt them.
Yeah.
You will be going to tell people tunachagua suti, wanakwambia wewe socks itakuwa yellow, trouser itakuwa red, jacket itakuwa green, we hatutavaa suti tena.
Belt.
Because belt itakuwa hii. Why? Because you've seen. And somebody would say that before 2022, the last wave that I was in Mount Kenya was 1997. I think it was the Matiba wave. And the joke has always been, it didn't matter. You could have put a dog in a Ford Asili outfit.
Oh, that was actually, it's Kamodo who said that.
Yes. It would have been elected. That emotion. And I feel as if that's what Gachagua is trying to tap into. That kind of emotion. It stops you reasoning. It stops you thinking. You actually act against your own interests. You know, because you have tapped into an emotional thing that has locked down your brain, locked down your other faculties. You're just thinking emotionally. And fortunately, history tells us it only works once every couple of cycles of election. When you do it once and it succeeds, the next 2-3 elections tend to be different. Then you come back, the generation that is voting has forgotten how dangerous a wave is, then it hits you again.
The political class that you belong to, for some reason, their capacity for self-destruct is also something I consider amazing. And I'm going to explain what I mean. You see, I'm taking it now higher to the level of the governors whom we have. There is a discussion about a clear, distinct absence of capacity to manage county government, to manage those resources, and very few have actually demonstrated the ability of understanding what needs to be done in that particular position. Okay? I say this because if somebody seriously understands the very simple concept of wealth creation, then they would know that the resources you have are like seed capital. If you utilize it to generate more resources, because you can, and with your own people, and to grow that particular economy, if you are part of that economy, you will also grow.
You also grow.
The bigger it grows, the more you have.
Yes.
Okay? So, over time, even if you're no longer in office, you will still be benefiting from that growth into posterity. That little concept is something they do not seem to understand, because you have people who are doing businesses in your economy, you call it the county, but very little is being done to actually grow, and yet you have the resources to actually be able to do that. These monies that counties get, it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Honestly. But the incapacity is demonstrated when 50% and above goes to supposedly employing people. Now you're asking,
managing your politics.
Yeah, exactly. So how exactly are you growing your people? By employing them? No. The idea is to ensure that if there are people already given to doing business, that you grow
the
those
opportunities.
businesses.
There's a gentleman who came here. He's an analyst. He's an accountant, I think economist or something. He's a Kenyan but living in the US. And he gave us some very interesting numbers. But one thing I remember that he said about, the US, he was giving us examples of states. He was saying that majority of the states don't even go above 20% as far as what
The
they
current,
make.
yes.
Exactly. And it was like the remaining 80 years out in your development. I was like, wow.
And it's really possible.
Hapa Kenya,
It is possible.
tunaambiangwa 95% ni kwa
Is recurrent.
Then
Recurrent.
5 ni ya
Na hiyo 5 ni ya kuomba. We've borrowed, we've used all of it and we are borrowing
Crazy,
for development. And I think that structure of our political economy is bad, and we just have to figure out how to fix it. But then also, one of the things I like encouraging even politicians, in my own experience, if you do the right thing, it follows you up. Even if you see, nobody likes losing elections.
No.
I felt very bad. I had never lost an election because I had only run once before and won. But I think also losing an election is a powerful lesson
Painful.
to any politician.
Painful.
Yes.
In that pain.
Yes, you learn many things. For me, the lesson I learned is, and it's a lesson that you learn. In fact, I even tell the voters in Nyeri, this is a lesson. We've been in school, all of us.
Yeah.
In this one.
Yes, because when I was running in 2022, I used to tell people what I have done. They would tell me hiyo pesa ni ya serikali. Hata yule mwingine atakuta hiyo pesa. So atunapaniana basari vizuri.
Kwani si ni pesa ya serikali?
Pesa si yako. Hii pesa itakuwa, and the guy we are voting for will do like you are doing or better. Then they vote for someone, then it doesn't work. Then they're like, what? Kumbe, it is not about the money from government. It is about how it is utilized. So you start learning something yourself. The voter starts learning something. But I always use Orengo as an example. Orengo is an extremely smart guy. Intelligent. I mean, unajua watu wasemanga we went to alliance.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to say. You can tell.
In fact, you don't even hear him saying it.
But there's a guy who said that the Luos never say they went to alliance. Then they assume
they went to alliance.
It is us guys from Mount Kenya who, when you struggle to make it to alliance, you have to keep reminding people that I went to alliance. The Luos don't tell you.
Na iko huko kwenu.
So
iko huko kwa
Orengo went to alliance by right. But Orengo lost his first.
Yes, his first attempt at
he lost. He won.
And then lost.
He lost.
Yes.
And why did he lose? And this has been a very great encouragement even to me. Orengo won the first election. Young guy, very ambitious.
Actually, it was one of those wins that people marveled at.
Yes.
Wondering, can this young man,
where has he come from?
Can he actually win?
He won. After he won, he went with a major big spoon to fix stuff. He started seeing many problems everywhere, and he thought he could fix all of them, including the running for president. And he decided, you know what, Raila, you're not running for president, even me, I can run. And he lost. Then he regrouped. He went out and he regrouped. Orengo has never lost an election.
No.
And Orengo will retire from politics at his own time. He learned his lessons. Then now he started using his intelligence within the game. He understood the game, and he started using his intelligence. And anytime you do that, you're going to be very, very good. That's what Orengo has done. And people notice. So if you do the right thing, even if you lose an election, I tell people I walk around Nyeri with a lot of confidence. Because everywhere I go, somebody tells me, you help me educate my kid. I can see today signages of places we did, roads we fixed. And I make fun. There's a place I would go to, Mahesh, you have to do this road. If you don't do this road, we're not going to elect you. Then I did the road. So when I go around there, I say, you guys lied to me.
Yes.
Simuliniambia nikiweka hii barabara
kama
mtanipigia kura.
Kanipigia. Si niliweka. Like Maisha hatujui nini niliyefanya. Unasimama tena. Tutakupanga. You see now, you now have a transactional thing to have a conversation on. If you do your work, the voter is not stupid.
No, they are
You
not.
can carry their emotions for a time. But they are the first people to wake up and say, here we were played. Mahesh, you were actually the right person for us. We were played.
Yeah.
We jipange. Me people started telling me jipange like 6 months down the election, and I thought they were lying. And I was like, but you guys know it's 5 years. You haven't even tested this guy. They're like, apana. Here, we were played. You just be patient. Vumilia, stay around. Jipange. Now that is an interesting thing. You know, there's no guarantee I'll get re-elected. But if the people who voted you out are encouraging you, it means you did the right thing at some point. Yeah. So this is what I encourage other guys who are running. Don't see this thing of going to do what is popular. It can take you through one re-election. It will not take you through two. If you want to be in politics for a long time, Learn to do the right thing, because over time, even when people first reject it, they understand. Now today, people listen to me even when I'm controversial, and they argue, but unajua Ngunjiri anakuanga hivyo. That is the local argument. Oh, he's fighting everyone. Yeah, but he's like that. So it becomes part of your character, and people accept it as part of your weaknesses together with your strengths. Shida ya Ngunjiri ni vita tu, lakini kazi anafanya. That becomes part of your brand, and you can now leverage it for your own politics.
You see, now what you've just said right there is what I was referring to as making a contribution that outlives you.
Yes.
You move away from the popular narratives that people have, which, as you say correctly, would probably get you elected. And if it is latched onto a narrative that is popular in that region, you'll probably get elected. But no sooner, as we say in Kenya, have you been elected, people will ask,
what happened?
What did we do?
What did we do?
Yes, because who you? How did we actually? Because it's that same narrative where, because of the popularity of the rhetoric of the day,
yes,
suddenly anybody associated with a certain individual is not wanted. Forget your personal record. That is not the issue.
You go with him.
Yes.
You got in with him.
Yes.
You will live with him.
Yet, what I have seen over time in my neck of the woods, and I like mentioning a gentleman called Shakil Shaber.
Yes.
Shakil Shaber, he's a Kenyan. His parents, or grandparents were of Pakistani extraction. Kisumu East. Okay? That man won first on an ODM ticket. Then independent. Then independent. I think then independent. Meaning, those Luos have figured out and decided, hey, it's okay.
This guy gets it.
Yeah, we know where he comes from. But this is the guy we're going to. So you have to ask. This man seems to have understood and has connected. So you can say what you like, and people do stand against him, but he keeps.
And they stand against him on ODM.
Yes, a popular party. People even get endorsed at the party level, but he still beats them. Now, I don't need 10 examples. I just need one to tell me that people are intelligent enough to understand what is in their interest. That really is my point. They know. If we are talking about our interest, this person is able to meet the needs we have.
You spoke about Orengo, ukaamusha jamaa anaitwa Maitek
2.0. Hapendi Orengo.
Amesema you are praising Orengo because you don't know him. Going to Alliance, as you say, didn't help him much because he's unable to even repair just a cake roundabout in Siaya. Hii roundabout ilifanya nini? What is, because this is not the first time I'm hearing about this roundabout.
Put it this way. I do not come from Siaya, so I am not going to say anything that may be seen as adverse.
Okay.
But take the time and go to Siaya. And then when you've gone, tuje tuongee kidogo.
Kuna kitu.
And I'm talking about Siaya town, not Siaya the region. Go to the town. Yes. Okay. What I wanted to say about it will be considered derogatory. And I have relatives who come from there and friends who come from there. Right. I have no wish to cause offense early in the morning.
Oscar Mutere amesema Ruto has done too, na hiyo tu iko na kama 5 hivi makumi. Ruto has done too much for Murima, but because of selfishness and greed, they cannot see or appreciate. Is it true that President Ruto, because it's been a while since I was in that area, but has he done enough for Murima, and the kind of disrespect that perhaps he's getting from some leaders from that region doesn't compare to what he has done?
For sure, the disrespect he's getting from the region doesn't compare with what he's done. Has he done enough? I don't know how to define enough. It will never be enough.
When is it?
It will never be enough, especially from a political leader. He set a very high bar of expectation. I mean, what he sold to Mount Kenya was very high. Okay. So, again, he could be a victim of his own presentation. But I keep saying, I might fight Ruto on many things, but I drive to Nyeri every week. And we have a road that starts from Nairobi all the way to where my constituency begins, in a small town called Marwa. That is dual carriage. Okay. It wasn't when Ruto was getting into office. It wasn't complete. It was a plan. And I hear people saying, like, mpango ilikuwa ya Uhuru. I'm like, yes, but Ruto could have refused. He could have refused to fund it, could have reallocated funds somewhere else. That road, my mom, and I know she's going to laugh because I've used this example, hadn't left town for a bit. Then they were leaving with my dad to go somewhere. Then they got to Marwa, and there's a roundabout like this. There's a key overpass, something
Inaka America.
They got lost. They're like, okay, so from here
they got lost.
Mtu anaendanga aje ili uingie barabara ya kwenda Sagana. You know, and it is there. It's been done. It's happening. I have small roads happening around places I know. Places I have like a farm somewhere. I can see roads being done in the region. The thing is, and again, I bring back to our politics and again to my biased person. You know, Washago is the one in 2022 told people roads are not enough. He used to say, we will not elect you. In fact, he attacked a cousin of mine who was member of parliament of Kenya and said, yes, he has done 400 kilometers of road. Sawa. Afunge yo barabara. Aende nayo. You know, so we have a political class that cheapens development. Cheapens opportunity. Because, I ask people, do you know how bad it sounds when us from Murima are saying we are not in this government? And then the Luos, 2 CSs, they are all over the place saying the way this is their government.
Na mountain iko na 7.
Sisi tuko na 7.
Na ma-PSs.
Na tunasema hii serikali we are not in this government. Tumetoka kwa hii serikali. We have left. In fact, Ruto is a different kind of guy. If it was me, ningewatoa wote. Si mmesema mtoka?
Sasa tokeni. Ndio muongee mkiwa nje.
So our political class is dangerous to us as well, because instead of teaching us how to leverage what we have, me, I keep saying, Raila was very good at that. What Raila used to do is this. When he got into government, he would say, 2027, tatoa huyu jamaa. But between now and 2027, GA ndiye ameingia, tunaingia kwa hiyo serikali. Hata kama si yetu. We are getting into that government. We are coming out with what we will come out. And whatever we will come out with is what we will use to fight him. Now, if we had intelligent regional leadership, and I say this without fear of shame, what they would be telling us, they would be calling those CSs. Nyimko kwa serikali. Sawa. You meet unacha simu mbali, serikali sijue tunakutana. Wewe Minister of Agriculture. Panga watu wetu. For the next paka 2027, watu wetu wakawa wamekaa smart. You Minister of Trade, this is what you're supposed to do. Minister of Lands, tuko na watu wako na mashida za mashamba. You panga the entire structure. You literally channel or tunnel resources to the region. But you're telling people ni tunachukua lakini tunaenda kuchukua serikali. Gachagua should be telling people, jamaa walinitoa tutatumia hii serikali, the resources of this government, to remove him. Now he's trying to tell us, get out of government, tumia hapa nje kidogo alafu tumtoe. That's not going to sell. So it ends now when somebody from outside is getting upset. You're driving through Mount Kenya, you're like, takaini nje serikali sasa. You guys are misbehaving. Because you can see, I have friends who are coffee farmers. The best rate of coffee that was paid was in the year before elections. It got 90 shillings per kg.
Now
they're getting 150. So you're like, okay, kini serikali ni mbaya. Serikali ni mbaya. We should be able to distinguish.
On your way to the bank, serikali ni mbaya.
Yeah, we should be able to distinguish what we don't like about this government. Nothing stops us from removing Ruto in 2027. But can we maximize the opportunities to us? If, for example, allow me to say this.
Say it.
IG Kanja. Ametoka Madera. If Kanja can get 5 boys from Madera and put them in the police, they will not be fired in 2027.
No, they won't.
2027 tutatoa Ruto, lakini hao vijana watakuwa kwa serikali. Hata tukishinda kumtoa, vijana bado wako kwa serikali. And in 20 years, one of those boys might become IG. Because Kanja didn't become IG from the village. He had been in the force for a long time. He became a cop under Moi. I'm sure in his head he had never imagined vile hiyo serikali ya Moi ilikuwa paka cops used to speak with a Kale accent.
When ni Mjaluo lakini
unaongea na Kale accent. When ni Mkikuyu unaongea na Kale accent, because you have to associate yourself with government. If you had told police constable Kanja, because he got in as a police constable, if you had ever told him one day he'll become IG,
angecheka.
Hii serikali ya Wakalenjin. but he was in the police force, and there was a process. So as you move like this, politicians are moving like this, kuna pali mtafikiana, tafuta Mkikuyu kwa police force akuwe IG, ukute yule ameenda up the ranks. That's what we should be doing. That's how Raila used to think. Weka Mjaluo hapa, one day I'll be president. I'll look for that Luo who I snuck into government during the cooperation agreement with Moi. You know, when you'd get in with Moi, he would work a few Luos. You know, when he would get in with Kibaki, he would work a few other people, Western Nini. Why? He's preparing for the day he's in charge of government. Kuna watu watakuwa kwa serikali who he put.
Na ni watu wake.
So now we have all these opportunities as Mount Kenya. We don't like Ruto, yes, but he's the president. And he's treating us very nicely because he needs our votes. Can we take advantage of that? We go and tell him, sasa unataka tupatie kura kwanza chukua hii village, weka kwa serikali. He works the village. That village will not be removed in 2027. No. You get? Now we are being told as a village, don't even apply to work in this government. This government is bad.
Who's saying that?
You haven't been listening to our leaders?
Sio ndio siasa bro. You see, the one forgets hii serikali ni sisi na hii serikali ni ya Kenya na everybody here ni Mkenya. You know, when it comes to our citizenship, we are all citizens.
So unaambiwa usi apply.
Unaambiwa sasa, you know, you are bastardizing the government so badly. Somebody who is out there is saying enyewe hii serikali siwezi fanya. So you'll find SHA, somebody in a region is not applying for SHA because you've bastardized it.
Yes.
Then somebody else has gone and applied and it has benefited them.
Yes.
See, you apply, ukose kusaidika. Then we wait for the other guy who will come and fix it, utakuwa ndani.
Yes.
Utasema I paid this thing for 5 years na sijaona kitu. Tengenezeni. Now you're being told. Then, so that's the danger of the politics that is being played in our region. We have an opportunity to benefit from this government. It's desperate. I mean, let's be honest. This government is very desperate for Mount Kenya support. When you are a political person who understands politics, being transactional and being about interest, you should be leveraging that desperation to benefit your people. You should be these 7 CSs. If they could have been fired, they would have been fired. But I think every time Ruto thinks about firing them, Gachagua will go to Inoro, simuliona. Sasa amefuta Kagwe, amefuta nani. But for as long as they are there, Kagwe is a sellout. Kinyanjui is a sellout, but wacha aguzwe. Atoke tu namna hii.
Yes.
Amefukuza watu yetu. Gachagua will complain about Kanja. Oh, this guy is a bad person. Wacha aguzwe na Ruto kidogo. Umeona? He's preparing to steal the election. He has removed the Kikuyu in charge of the election. He's brought a Kalenjin. Hii kitu itaibiwa. So Ruto is sitting there and thinking, now, should I remove Kanja? No, but if I remove Kanja, these Kikuyus will believe I have removed them. So
Mheshimiwa, we are out of time, but I need to ask you one question on behalf of the audience. Yes. Mtu ameuliza. Mbuvi, can you ask Mhesh about the new market? Why people refuse to go there? Which new market could this person? Is there a new market in Nyeri?
Oh, in Nyeri. Yeah. I that's a county conversation I don't want to get into because Kahiga got funds and put together a market. But for that market to operate, you need to reallocate people in town. And move them. So now the politics of that is what needs to get managed, and it never really gets managed effectively because you're moving people. See, you have people.
Are you paying them to be reallocated?
You're hooking. You see, businesses follow the customer.
Yes, they do.
So people put their stuff in the evening on the roads in town. So as you're going home, now you're telling those people, no. And then you go, watu watakuja huko. Guys are like, apana. There was a conversation about moving matatus to that stage. And at a certain point, they had agreed. Then some matatus didn't move. So the other matatus came back. They're like, now us guys are disadvantaged. You moved some of us, you left others. So the politics, then of course now the politicians, some of the politicians are fighting it for political reasons.
Okay.
Some others are supporting it for political reasons. So the conversation...
Is it a good project?
If it could be managed properly in terms of the politics and message well, the concept of... the concept was about freeing up the town. And making it easy to move through town and what. So the concept theoretically is very good. Make the town easy for people to move on. Yeah. The problem is you're making the town easy for who? It's for people. People want to be like that. It's like when you say you're going to move animals, you want to move a road through the forest, then people are saying, but the animals are going to be hurt. People are like, no, it's us who want to move through the forest. So it's the same narrative here. The biggest challenge is even here in Nairobi. It's actually the easiest way to understand is here in Nairobi. You want to move bus stops from town to out of town. Politically, that doesn't work. Because the people who are using those bus stops are your voters.
Yes.
You're now giving them an extra kilometer to walk or to use a taxi internally.
Or, yes.
Or to,
you're introducing an
additional cost.
Yes.
Or an additional time resource expenditure. That is now what hasn't been managed.
Yeah.
I think the lack of participation, lack of adequate participation, what I said about selling the issue and getting Kenyans, the people to understand, why are we doing this? What are we trying to achieve? If you did that and you invested enough in getting people to understand that, I suspect it could be done.
Yes.
But government is not structured to communicate. Structured to do. Okay. So it faces resistance, and they try to communicate, then people don't want to hear anything.
Kuna one of our viewers amesema Ngunjiri Wambugu should go around and give public education because our people are very ignorant. Hiyo ni kitu ya maana by the way umetuambia in terms of just understanding our politics, because if we listen critically to our leaders, then perhaps we shall understand the wider perspective. There's a comment here I think I need to address. It's by one Job Mario. Amesema, as a country we are doomed. If everything is all about Mount Kenya, we are never moving forward, as it's not about Kenya but a certain region. Job, if you listen to this show on a daily, last week we had a conversation around the northeastern region. The week before that we spoke about Luo Nyanza. There's another week we spoke about Kisii County and the Kisii region, and so on and so forth. Like, I can count all the regions we've spoken about. The week before that we were talking about the coast region. We had here Mheshimiwa Fatma, I think it was. And we had conversations. Yes, we spoke about all these regions, and we will continue doing this. We want to have members from the Kamba region and so on and so forth, so that we can tackle some of these issues.
And people need to stop feeling the fact that I articulate Mount Kenya region issues doesn't take away from you articulating Nyanza issues or somebody else articulating Eastern regions. I'm not articulating my interest to take away from you. I'm putting my interest on the table so that they can meet your interests and the other people, and then somebody can have a conversation of all of them and figure out we do this. So don't make me feel like I'm going to be like I should be guilty about talking about Mount Kenya. That is my interest. Then you come with yours. Bring it to the table, articulate it as well. The other person brings. That's how we build a nation. We don't build a nation by pretending we are all the same. We are not all the same. But those differences are not against each other.
You know, there's something that has to be said even as we come to the end of this hour.
Yes.
Our politics is about finding fault with the communities. Can we take the narrative of learning from them? It's not complicated. These things that make them what they are, learn.
Yes.
And find out why they do what they do and how they do it.
Our differences should make us better.
Yes.
Not worse.
Yes.
So Cecilia is asking, Mheshimiwa anaendea kiti gani tena?
Nyeri Town MP. Mungu akitufikisha. Yes.
Nyeri Town MP.
Naona kama tunaongea vizuri na watu siku hizi.
Ujisikii na governor ama governor iko na wenyewe?
Hapana. Hiyo mimi I know my space.
You know your strength.
I know my strength, I know my space. Tunaenda polepole tu. And I know what I can be good at. And I guess governor hiyo ni ya baadaye, which I do articulation and debate.
Deal na ile unaanza kwanza.
Ile najua na kuna kazi ya tu kumaliza. So na yule alikuja naona kama pia ni kama hakujua. So I need to go back and finish.
Sawa. Hesh Aki, asante sana for coming through. This has been a very good conversation. And as always, kuna vitu umesema hapa mpaka umenielimisha. And this is the funny thing. Every guest that comes here, I always get to learn something new. And today, for sure, just like the last, you have taught me something.
Thank you. Very humbled, and I'm really honored that you guys saw it fit to have me in again. Nashukuru sana.
No, last time uliasha moto na hata leo umeasha moto.
Lakini naona ni kama ile moto ya kupika chakula. Si ya kuchoma nyumba.
Ni moto mzuri.
Very nice.
Yes.
Ya kuota na ya kupika chakula.
And you know my trade name that was given to me as an insult, but I have taken over and run with it is Kameko.
Kameko ni
nilitwa Kameko na Gachagua by the way lakini nimeichukua, I own it now. Kameko ni ile unajua ile si ile mtungi mkubwa, ile ndogo
ambayo hata kutumia
hiyo pesa ni kidogo, inaenda chakula ni chap. So I make fun because the guy who replaced me is a tall guy. So nasemanga sasa mlitoa Kameko mkaeka mtungi mkubwa. Sasa tunarudisha sasa ananiambia tunarudisha Kameko, pesa haitoshi.
Tuende na Kameko.
Pesa haitoshi ya mtungi kubwa. So
when you get time, just go and review the comment section. And you shall see the kind of fire I'm talking about.
Okay.
All right. Here's where we come to an end, folks. We shall be seeing you tomorrow. Actually, for me, I'll be back here tonight at 7 p.m. Sorry, on the Generation Report. So why don't you stick around for that and much more. But for City, asubuhi 6 a.m.
Majaliwa.
Haya, tuonane.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning.